Time is now 7:02 p.m. and today's date is March 16th, 2026, and we are here for our regularly scheduled Town Council meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Just want to welcome you all here this evening. I know it's quite treacherous outside right now, so please be mindful of the weather as you consider your commute home this evening, as well as the current maintenance going on in the town hall. You'll notice some cosmetic changes are being made, and I'm sure you'll hear more about it from the town manager's update, so I'll pass it off to Jim.
Well, I don't have that on the list of the things to chat about, but I'll give you a little update on it. They have started the work. It's been somewhat disruptive to the staff, but they're moving along quickly, working on the windows and the pointing of the building. And the artist rendition that you see in the lower lobby is what we expect to have when we are done. A few updates for the council and for the public. The Narrow River dredging permit application. The revised planting and water level monitoring plan has been submitted to CRMC, and discussions go back and forth with the Narrow River Preservation and Save the Bay since early February. CRMC staff are working on a report for consideration approval at the upcoming council meeting. Meeting has not yet been determined. Rhode Island DEM permit application remains under review, not by us, by the Water Quality Program and the Division of Marine Fisheries. The U.S. Army Corps permit application remains under review, currently with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We've submitted all the applications for the Congressional Directed Spending Earmark Grants, or CDS, and the Community Project Funding, also known as CPF. They've all been submitted, and they go to Senators Reid and Whitehouse and Congressman Magaziner. Scarborough Wastewater Treatment Plant. We've continued to coordinate with the process optimization and operational goals for the whole year for 2026, with the focus primarily on getting the plant running efficiency and before the summer. January and February, the removal efficiency is nearly 100% for both months, which is fantastic. January and February, most of the solids were below what is set for a guideline, and the removal of the problems has been with a great deal of efficiency. One of the problems we're having is we change the processing and implement some other things, is that it's nearly impossible to recreate all the factors that took place during the summer. And it would take, even if we did it in the middle of last summer, we wouldn't have been able to do it that quickly. As you know, we brought on a consultant to work with us, but we feel confident that it's going in the right direction now. Other updates, budget and labor negotiations have been filling most of the week, which will be discussed this evening. And a reminder to the council and to staff that the budget work sessions following this evening's first public hearing will take place next week on the 24th, 25th, and maybe the 26th if it's needed. And another item was the bike path. As many people know, the council has chosen the preferred route. We reached out to Rhode Island Department of Transportation and conferred with them on the route and asked if we could use the $3 million that's budgeted under the State Traffic Improvement Plan for engineering, design, and permitting. RIDOT has responded with no. The funds can only be used for construction, which they pretty much had been pointing to it all along, but they came out and actually put it in writing and said no. So what we're going to do is we'll seek a price for engineering, design, and permitting, and then we'll move from there. But right now, it's only for construction. That's about it.
Thank you, Jim. Does anyone on the council have any questions for Jim? Or does anyone on the council have any additional comments they would like to make?
I'd just like to say that I went to the middle school production of High School Musical. It was fantastic, and I'm super proud of all the students that performed in that production. It was great.
Jim, so I know we're responsible for the Scarborough treatment plant, and we're not responsible for the Westmoreland treatment plant, but is there a way that we can get the public some information on what they plan on doing for the smell problem that, you know, we're busting our chops to figure out what happened at Scarborough, and I don't hear much going on about the Westmoreland property.
Okay. I know John and I have discussed it with them. We can get an update from them as they're dealing with some of the same things that we're dealing with, particularly the symptom, which is the odor of a different problem. But we can get the council and the public an update on what they plan to do.
Yeah, it seems to me maybe we might have the same problems. It could be like, you know, a processing problem, and it just seems unique that both of them were the same this summer and not other times, you know.
Yeah, it could be a coincidence, and we'll know when we have all the facts in. I agree.
Yeah, thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, just as again, a friendly reminder to the council to reiterate the importance of attending the budget workshops next week on Tuesday, Wednesday, and possibly Thursday. And again, a shout out to our staff, especially Christine, for once again putting together an incredible first round of a budget draft for us. I've really enjoyed our budget workshops in the past. I found them very informative. And if you're able to attend in person, that's great, but they will also be able to be viewed online. And the copies of all of the budget will also be available online. So with that, I will now turn to the open forum portion of this evening. Jim, has anyone signed up for open forum?
When I sat down, no one had signed up, but I'll
Okay.
check.
Does anyone here wish to speak for the open forum portion of the meeting? Yes, Mr. Hanley. And just as a reminder to everyone, the comments of citizens addressing the council are neither adopted nor endorsed by the body, but heard as requested. Public comment will not be taken on matters involving open litigation. Please state your name and address when you get up to speak. Speak only on topics not on the agenda, and you will be allocated 3 minutes per speaker, and please be orderly and respectful. Good evening. There we go.
John Hanley, 10 Wilderness Drive. So first, I want to reflect on the public hearing of a couple of weeks ago on the 3-student ordinance, and President Menzies, at the public hearing, a resident questioned why we're even having this hearing because she felt that your vote was predetermined. You responded it wasn't predetermined. That response defies logic to me. If your vote was not predetermined, it then suggests you were waiting for the public to voice their opinion before you made your decision. Well, about 50 people were here, and about 20 testified. 10% of them was against this motion. Yet, you voted for passage. Your treatment of this resident was disingenuous at best. Actually, it was an out-and-out lie. At least Councilor Torrealde had the cajones to admit it was a done deal. And Councilman Vignali, I've said before that I believe you're both uninformed and misinformed. Well, you proved that once again at that meeting, where you inferred there were only 3,400 URI students currently living in town. Everyone knows there are between 6,000 and 8,000 of them, except maybe you. I also recall that you were the person who introduced those 13 ordinances without even reading them, and also the person who went on clarifying the state law on unrelated, and you were completely wrong. It's a shame that you get to vote on these matters because, quite frankly, you don't have a clue on most of this stuff. And thirdly, I see with the new ordinances, we're now relying on bedrooms or legal bedrooms to limit the number of people. Can anybody tell me what a legal bedroom is? Is it defined by dimensions? Is it defined in the ordinance by doorways, by windows? Is it the number of bedrooms that are on the Narragansett tax base? Does anybody really know? You know, just for fun, I looked at rentals coming up this summer in my neighborhood. It's early, so there weren't too many. There were 8 of them. 6 out of the 8 advertised more bedrooms than is in the Narragansett database. So the data is crazy wrong. So how are you going to enforce that ordinance? I smell lawsuits from the very people who put you in office. Or you will probably just ignore it again like you did for the other one, so you don't upset the moneyed out-of-town people who put you in office. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes.
My name is Stephen Richards. I live at 232 Willard Avenue, Wakefield, but I'm a property owner here in Narragansett, and have been so for over 50 years. In any event, the reason why I'm here is I wanted to make the council aware of a particular program that I'm working on. It's affordable housing, workforce housing. And I'm going to be using 3D printing technology to build these houses, and I can deliver houses for a substantially lower price. I can build a house for about 50% of what the current asking price is for most houses in the same sort of size and range. So I can build these houses. But I'm going to need to work with the town because I need to have a program where it's very complicated. I just want to let you know structurally wise. It's called a CD, Community Development District. And it uses tax incremental financing strategies to build these districts, but they're isolated to the particular people who live in those particular districts, which will be new districts in this particular case for affordable housing. In order to build these, you have to have really a minimum of about 35 to 40 houses at a minimum in any one location. And that would be good for me because that would make the housing process build less expensive because I have the machine there to build these houses, and I can do it in a very rapid state. And I'm working with a reputable major company that makes these machines, and they'll be working with us to build these houses. On top of that, I also have the tax-exempt system with the biggest company that does these tax-exempt incremental bond financing strategies in the country. And they are friends of mine, so I know how to do that with them, and working on a particular strategy to do that. And what I obviously hope to do is to do this not just for Narragansett, but to do it in other locations. But there isn't a location in the state of Rhode Island that doesn't need, workforce affordable housing. And first-time home buyers, people can afford to live here with families. And so we have the strategy, the plan, the game plan put in place. We have almost all of the right partners put in place. We've got most of everything we need to do. But you cannot do any of this without the town's approval. Well, you have to have the town council be part of this process, and the town has to approve the plan to go forward. Even though there's no direct liability to the town, it is something that has to be done because the community development district for these communities are put together by a tax-exempt financing plan. And then so the town does that through that district, and I don't go through all the mechanizations here, but in order to do that, and then I could pay the landowners or anybody, nearly market rate for those lots with another strategy that I have in place to do that. That's already in place to do it. So I can pay the land, I can build a house, and I can deliver these houses at roughly about 50% of market value or less. And so we're working on a plan. So I would like to work with the town to help on that.
Thank you. Can you just send a recap of everything that you just spoke about to our town manager and town council emails?
Sure, no problem.
Appreciate it.
I got, this is it's fairly complicated, so if you've never done one of these before, it may seem like it's convoluted, but it's not convoluted once you understand it.
Thank you.
And just so you know, the next Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative meeting is on April 23rd. The March got canceled.
March got canceled, April 23rd.
April 23rd, right over here in the,
Well, that's what night is that?
what's that?
What night is that, a Monday?
I don't know. What day of the week you mean?
Anyway, because I might be in
It's like 6:30.
I might be in Florida that particular night.
Oh,
And so but this plan is, I mean, I can.
It's a
I'm happy to be
Thursday.
there, but I need to work a lot of strategy with the town.
Thank
And
you.
I need to work with you guys
Well, you
because
can-
you're the only people who can get this thing done.
okay.
Thank you. Again, just as long as you send just a communication to the town manager and the council, we'll make sure that that gets considered at the affordable housing.
Okay.
Meeting.
I'll make sure it gets done, but if I'm here, I'll be glad to go to that meeting with them.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for open forum? All righty. Seeing, oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
Hi, my name's Dennis Lynch, 22 Central Street, Narragansett. So I've spoken many, many times here over the past 10 years in favor of a 3-student rental ordinance. I've written articles that have appeared in the local papers. I've written articles that have been in the opinion page of the Providence Journal in support of 3 students. But tonight, it's a foregone conclusion that the new policy is going to be 1 student per bedroom, up to 5 students. So with that, I think we need to realize that a new policy is in place. So step 1 has occurred. I actually have policies of my own at home. So I have a policy that my dogs cannot chew my shoelaces, and yet my shoelaces are constantly chewed and tattered because I don't have any enforcement or compliance with my policy at home. I have only done step 1. So it's really important for the town to think about step 2, how you can now have a compliance and enforcement program to implement this 5-student program. And we've tried that through the years, but of course we've had constant change in what the right number of students are and what the programs are. And we've had landlord lawsuits, and we've had lack of resources at the staff, and we've had ambiguous messages that come from the solicitor at the time or the town council at the time. So now is an opportunity for this town council to actually demonstrate to those of us who are cynical about your seriousness that you are going to do the implementation part of this. So please empower the staff to do that. Come back and tell us in public how it is going. Tell us what's working and what isn't working, how many visits there have been, how many violations, how many fines, and whatever. And I'm sure Wayne has a whole bunch of other metrics that he would use to determine, is anyone breaching the rule about 1 person per legal bedroom? And I would recommend and very, very strongly suggest that in concert with you adopting this policy tonight, that you empower the staff and that you set a date at some point later this year to have a workshop. God knows we do workshops here. We've had a lot of workshops. Have a workshop that the public can attend to evaluate how this policy is going and to demonstrate that you actually want to support some form of rental regulation in town. Numbers might change in the future, but at least let's get a mechanism and a machinery in place that can enforce it in a consistent way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes. And then I'll ask if anyone on the council has any final comments before going to the public hearing.
Hi, thank you. Joe Volpe, 21 Harbor Island Road. I was out of town for I was stuck in Florida, so I missed the last meeting. But I do want to weigh in a little bit. I don't have any academic rentals, so I think I have a little bit of a unique perspective, and I'm not looking to pad my portfolio. But one of the things that was mentioned by a resident last week was that one of the ways we can help is to wait 15 years for URI to build 3,000 dorms. That's based on hope. I don't think that's a housing policy. First of all, we have to hope that URI builds them, and we have to hope that the students go there. They have to choose living at URI versus living where they want to be, in my opinion. The comment was also made that in a perfect world, that these 4 or 5 bedroom homes that are now going to be opened up, the owners who penciled out their incomes are going to be forced to sell, or they're going to be forced to rent year-round. I think we've already seen that that's not the case. What owners are doing is just raising the rents. And to your point, Donna, you had mentioned that they can also rent for a couple weeks in the summer to make up the difference. I don't believe that the owners are going to be selling. And if they do sell those 4 or 5 bedroom homes, I ran a search today for the last year and a half, and the difference between a 3-bedroom house and a 4 and 5 bedroom house is substantially different over the last 18 months, to the tune of close to $500,000. So you're spreading the students out. What they want to do, if you're an advocate for 3 students, is to spread the students out to as many homes as possible, thus taking away the entry-level homes for young families. You're creating 4 and 5 bedroom homes to be purchased, but they can't afford the 1 and 2 bedroom house. So it seems counterintuitive to me to do that. I'd like to see Mr. Hanley happy. I really would. I do, and I don't mean that jokingly, John. There's been a lot of issues that he brings up that I feel the same way as a housing provider. And this other gentleman, Mr. Lynch, said, enforcement. If I had to give any advice, I can tell you the other thing that was mentioned last week is that 80% of the people are going to follow the rules. I don't think 80% is good enough. I don't think it's good enough for Mr. Hanley and some of the things that he's complained about. Some of the landlords that don't share my management or connection to the community, frankly, it makes me look bad. We need to enforce this town, these rentals, whether it's year-round, short-term, or academic, like we ran our shift. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak who hasn't done so already? Alrighty. So now we're moving on to the the first thing I will say before we jump into the public hearing is I appreciate the feedback that we've been given this evening, and I am fully on board with the recommendations of enforcement and would love to talk about that more as we are diving into our budget season. So does anyone else have anything they'd like to add before going to the public hearing? Nope. All right, so on to the public hearing. Is there a motion to open and hold a public hearing on the proposed budget for the 2026 to 2027 fiscal year?
Motion to open the public hearing and hold the public hearing.
Moved by Councilor Durkin, seconded by Councilor Colonies. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. So now we are in the public hearing, and I believe we're passing it off to Jim or Christine.
I'll just do a brief introduction before I call Christine up.
Oh.
Very brief. As you know, the process, this is
already
the
ready.
first public hearing. There will be a second public hearing, and between the first and the second public hearing, there are the workshops next week, where the public can be heard and members of the council can elaborate on what changes they would like to make, if they'd like to make any. And then from there goes the first reading and the second reading till the final adoption. But tonight is the first public hearing, and this budget is put together. This is an overview of all the numbers for the upcoming fiscal year and the programs for capital and operating, and excuse me. And this comes together from Christine and I meeting with all the department heads on multiple occasions, lots of phone calls and emails back and forth, and individual meetings. And keep in mind that the document here and the work session documents, they're truly working documents. These aren't like, this is the budget. This is the proposed budget with all the programs and essential and enhanced services that we're recommending to the town council. And with no further wait, I'd like to introduce Christine Wilson, who is our finance director. Probably the best one in the state for municipal finance, for sure.
Excellent. Good evening, Christine. Thank you so much for being here.
Good
Looking
evening.
forward to your presentation.
I just have to make some room here. Okay, all right. So good evening, Council President Menzies and council members. Tonight, we're going to be focusing on the general fund. That's what's funded with taxpayer dollars. And all the other funds like beach, water, wastewater, those will be held during the work sessions next week. Hello.
Just as a general question before we dive in, if we have any questions or comments about things we'd like to see in the proposed budget, is this a good time even before those work sessions to do so? Okay, thank you.
Is it not? Oh, there it goes. So what's notable in this year's budget? We're up about 5.13% over last year at about 77.5 million. Excuse me. Compensation, healthcare, and pension costs are pretty much driving that. You will see our unassigned fund balance is still healthy at 23.8%. That's as of the audit on 6/30/25. And we have about $2.6 million in the budget as presented tonight, use of fund balance to balance that budget out. We didn't use any fund balance in 2025, and in this year's budget, we have 2.3 million budgeted to use to balance the budget, should we need it. All the pension funds and OPEB are funded at 100% in this budget. This, you can see, is just fairly consistent growth with most of the components of the budget, year over year. The overview of the budget in the graphs, you'll see that 93% of it is compensation and transfers. There's only 7% that's supplies, utilities, equipment, all that other stuff. So there's really not a lot of room in these budgets. Capital projects, you can see they continue to grow. We fund it at about 2 to 3 million each year, but you'll see in the workshops that the need is well outgrowing how we can fund it. So we're going to have to start looking at how to do that in another way.
Excuse me, can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Is there anything in here that goes along with your presentation?
In there,
Yeah,
not so, no,
Oh,
not so
okay.
much. I mean, you would have to look page after page after page.
okay, because it's just a little hard to see some of those numbers. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. So the impact on taxes.
It's actually hard to read it. It just seems like it's blurry. I don't know. Is it hard for you guys to? Like the whole thing's blurry. Is it?
Well, I'd make the recommendation, if you need to move a little closer, you're welcome to do so. And I will make the recommendation that the presentation become available to the council
is.
at the end of this meeting.
It is on the website, and on the.
Appreciate it.
It's, should be with the agenda, yeah.
Oh, okay, so
Okay.
we'll go there.
It's with the agenda, yep,
Thank you.
no problem. So the proposed tax rate would be $6.96 per thousand, and for the commercial, it would be $9.39. That's up about 17 cents per thousand for the residential property owners. It is a maximum tax levy increase of 4%, but it only represents a 2.4% increase in the tax rate. And that represents about almost 2.5 million in anticipated revenue. I know this is a difficult slide, but I do like this slide. So this just shows the results of if you go up 2% year over year in the tax levy, or if you go up 4%, you can see how we continue to grow, but the fund balance we need more and more of. So actually, it's unsustainable at 2%. And these are the tax rates and the projected trends at 4% tax levy increase. We won't have to do that forever, but for a couple of years anyways. But you do see in 28 that we'll have the new valuation numbers. So we're starting this year on the reval, and in the 2028 budget, we'll see the effects of it. I left it at 20% because there was some legislation talking about only letting municipalities maximum of a 20% increase year reval to reval. So I left it that at the 20%. I think it may be higher, but I don't know if we can go higher. You can see it goes down to $6.03. It's anticipated to go down that year. This is just an example in a budget comparison, the rates. So you have 3 levels of homes, and you can see at the 4% at the one at the end here, the column. Whoop, whoop. Even if the high range at $1 million, it's $166 additionally for the year. For the 450,000, it's $74.70. So some of the assumptions, the state aid and reimbursements are all using projected numbers from the state. The town manager reduced the capital projects about $3.4 million. The request was for $6,248,000, but he reduced it a lot. And then he reduced the operating budget by $377,722. And the school department requested 2.3% allocation increase over this current year. Right now, medical and dental, as presented, is estimated at 10% and 8% increase, respectively. And the Maury Lugens Library has a pretty substantial increase, but that is really due to the insurance on the new building. They're going to need that to pay for the insurance. There's a transfer in here to Sunset Farms for a capital project on the roof. And there's also an assumption that we issue $8 million in debt this year, hopefully by June 23rd. We can talk more about that at the budget work session and a little bit in the next slide. But this is the principal and interest. So we wouldn't pay a lot of principal. It's pushed out a couple of years in the plan. And here's the $8.5 million that we're going to request that we go to for June 30th, 2026. So it's $5 million for the roads and some storm drains, another $3 million for the town hall infrastructure to continue this project and finish the facade. There's been a lot of, I forget what you call the brick and mortar filling issues, and windows are a little more expensive. Also DPW Westmoreland Building and Parks and Recs Maintenance Shop and Sprague Field Shed. Did you have a question?
Is it 3 million in addition to the 2-point-some million we've already,
Yes,
for a total of over 5 million?
right about 5 million. Yep, because we got included DPW and Parks and Recreation as well. So I think it might be about 1.1 for the other 2 buildings and the rest, 1.9 for the town hall. Also included in that is $500,000 for affordable housing, which is on the agenda for later. On the bottom here is a thought for the future. There's a lot of moving parts, but according to the charter, we can issue debt up to 1.5% of the operating budget. That's about 1.1 million. Fire trucks and the heavy equipment for DPW is taking 2 years. So we're having a trouble funding those. So the point, we're kind of requesting that you approve it now so we can order the vehicles, and then when it gets closer to delivery date, we would issue debt, about $1.1 million. The considerations for you are some new positions, 4 new positions, and 2 transfers from Council 94 to mid-management for 2 positions. Question?
No, not yet.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Also consideration, and this is probably what you're going to ask Alex, it's not budgeted, is $50,000 requested by the Affordable Housing Trust, what kind of was after. But, and bond and no issuance needs over the $500,000. And then there's additional requests of $21,100 in special appropriations. There's 4 increases and 1 new request. Also, it's not on the slide, but there's another thing to think about, obviously, is capital projects for the future. So the fire department would like to do some renovations on Station 1 and 3. We'll hear more about that during the budget work sessions as well. But they're looking for 3 million to go on the ballot as bond referendum, okay? And also wastewater facility plan. We need to determine what steps we're going to take and how much money we would need to do like a first round or initial fix or whatever, but those are other things that are still on the horizon. These are the considerations for the appropriations. You can see down the bottom, Neighbors Healing Neighbors of Rhode Island, that's the new one. And we have our work sessions, and then the second public hearing on April 20th, the adoption of the capital improvement plan, May 18th, and the first reading of the budget ordinance, May 18th, and the adoption on June 1st. Questions?
Well, once again, very impressive, because I know there's been a lot of information thrown at you, and if memory serves me correct, our budget workshops were in April last year, so,
Yeah.
you know, I know that with the request to have everything moved up a couple of weeks was a daunting task, and, you know, again, sincere gratitude extended to you and the town staff for getting all of their initial budgets together in order for us to be right on track with the hearing process. For these considerations, I know that most of these, we actually saw a representative for most of them come to a workshop and speak to them. Did they all reapply again, or did they automatically get reallocated?
No, they reapply.
Okay, awesome. And then thank you for addressing the 50,000 for affordable housing. That was requested by the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative. That was one thing that I was going to speak on, so I'm happy to see that that's in there for consideration.
If I could, too, I just would like you to know that in the ordinance, you already have the authority to do that. You may, it says not you shall, but it says you may allocate funds every year to the affordable housing, just so you know. It's in the ordinance.
Right, okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Yeah, just so you know, it's already
So
there.
can you just explain just the difference between the 500,000 that you've mentioned for affordable housing versus the 50,000 that the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative has asked for? Why,
Well, I think the 50,000 is, they're looking for an annual contribution, I believe, right? Like, well, the trust is, they have a shall. That's in the ordinance that they shall receive it.
Okay,
The towers is a may, and the affordable housing as is written is a may, but they have not received any allocations to date. So, and then the 500,000 is for a purchase. That's on the horizon.
thank you. And then additional, again, I know this is very high level, so I'm just going to speak to things that, and maybe they're already in here, because again, this is very high level. I do, and maybe it's one of the new staff positions that was being requested, but I do like the idea of having, you know, along the lines of enforcement, you know, we have the unrelated, we have the student rental ordinances. I think it would be beneficial if we had an additional position in the town, just as an idea, to be able to assist in the enforcement. I do know, and it's not the first time that I've heard it, and I know that there's limitations to, you know, being able to accurately get all of our rental properties and an accurate depiction of the number of rooms per bedroom online. Again, just adding it in there for consideration. You know, somebody who'd be able to assist with managing some database that will be able to better and more accurately depict the number of rooms per bedroom. I do appreciate the suggestions this evening about, you know, how are we going to enforce these different ordinances, and that's always a big question for anyone, is like, well, why aren't things being enforced? And if there's an additional position that can be added for consideration to help in the enforcement of these ordinances, just for consideration. I also know that Mr. Tierney has mentioned the dredging. What did we apply for? The grant? Was it a grant, or I just
Yeah,
want to?
the congressional directed spending in the project grant.
Which would be tremendous, and really hopeful that our delegation will be able to figure out a way to get us those funds. But in addition, you know, I do want to continue to push for the very important need for the dredging at the mouth of the river. I know that's not currently in the budget. It's always something that's up for consideration. But again, I just want us to keep that, if it's even possible, just to add it on a slide for our consideration as
Sure,
we
I
have
could
the
put it
discussions.
like on with the future projects.
Yes,
kind
that
of
would be
thing.
great. And then the sewer and wastewater infrastructure, I do know that I saw like a couple bullet points in here on that. Is the improvement of, and I know we had like a 20-year plan, and now we're on a new plan. Is there like a line-by-line item that we could potentially look at ahead of our workshops next week that could specifically address the amount that we're allocating to the improvement of our infrastructure?
Right, so in the budgets that you have there, the ones with too many numbers, if you see 0032 is the fund, it's a wastewater fund.
Okay.
And that will give you a line by line, beforehand. And then there's also that other booklet I tried to create here. And that would give you a little bit of a more higher level. Maybe you just picked that up today, or you just received it, so you probably hadn't had a chance to look at it. But that's, the one you have budget for tonight is more detailed, and then the other one, the booklet, is higher level, even higher.
Excellent. And I do, again, want to give a shout out to the school committee and the superintendent for completing their budget review. We will be visiting their budget with them at a later time as well. Does anyone on the council have any questions for Christine or comments they'd like to see going into next week's workshops?
Hey, Chris, thanks for all this paper.
I know.
You make it look really neat and organized. The $500,000 that we're going to, would you say, take down from the $3 million bond
Correct.
for affordable housing, could you estimate and pass that on to us, the cost of borrowing the 500 as opposed to?
I can give you an estimate. It's included in the 8 million, so is that okay? Or-
Yes.
Okay, I have a schedule that could, projected. It's not right on, because of course
Yeah.
things change, and we wouldn't know exactly until the actual sale. But this can be an estimate.
Right.
I have that, yep.
Not the money itself, but the soft costs, the lawyers, the bond counsel, all that stuff.
Oh,
That's what I'm,
I can give you an estimate,
yeah.
yeah.
Is that it, Jim?
That's it for me.
Okay. Councilor McNally?
You do have a position in the building inspectors, an additional position, which is great, and that's middle management. That would not be the enforcement. And enforcement would be a different hire.
That would be for the office administrator, that's what that position would be.
Okay, so if we
also-
needed someone to do enforcement, it would have to be in an enforcement position within the budget.
You'll be seeing during the workshop it's a part-time position to augment the others who will be doing zoning and enforcement out of the building official's office.
Perfect, thank you. And then, can you just explain, it says 2026-27 considerations. So basically, I know those are organizations, but how does that work?
The
So it has a list of all the,
appropriations there?
it has all the
All the
considerations.
Organization, organizations. Yeah,
I was
they
just wondering,
request-
they request, can you just explain it to me?
They request funds, and then they usually present to the council, and then the council decides if they want to fund these appropriations. They usually tell you what they're for and how they use them. It's kind of year over year.
These are
Thing.
groups that are frequently community-based.
Yeah.
It's similar to the discretional awards that the state representatives allowed to give different organizations in different communities. You are that body that decides, you know, which groups and how much you would like to give to them. It's been in place in Narragansett for many years. Some of them they come back year and year after and perform valuable functions in and around the community. And they have an opportunity to speak to you, and we have a package for all of you for the work session to see their letters and their material.
Oh, okay. I mean, because, again, just, I guess, the heading of South Kingstown Senior Nutrition Program caught my eye. Like, I didn't realize that some was going for nutrition. So that just caught my eye, and that's why I was just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's just a name that's been around forever. It doesn't always depict exactly what it is. We can't just change it every year.
Okay, no, that's fine.
It's a line name.
It just caught my eye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, a couple of things. First, I want to talk about what Donna was just speaking about. These are community organizations that often go to towns and ask for grants and stuff and solve for goodwill and good stuff for people. There's that. What does the pension fund look like? I haven't really seen anything here.
No, it's on the work session.
Is that will be in the work session?
Yeah.
I
Is that
will
good?
hold off
All
on
right.
that until
All right.
then.
We're, I don't know, 79% about.
I would like
Yeah.
to know a little more about where that
Sure.
lies. And Parks and Rec, we'll talk at a work session, I'm assuming as well, right?
During the work sessions, every line is available for discussion.
Okay, perfect.
Both
Those are
capital
my
and
two
operating.
priorities, so great, thanks.
For the 3.3 million that was reduced in the capital improvements plan, were those values zeroed out in that we won't be funding them moving forward, or are they deferred to years down the line?
All the above. But you'll see in the booklet, it'll show you what they requested, the department requested, and what the town manager gave them.
Okay.
So you'll see that in the capital, towards the back of the big booklet.
That was in this one?
Now, it's the new one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give you a bullet point list in an email tomorrow, the next day, making sure that you have each of the items, everything from the
I believe
work
we shared it
sessions.
online as well, right?
Some of it's online, yeah. The work sessions, the budget itself, proposed budget itself, this. We'll give it all to you. Most of it, I think we sent the work sessions, I believe. I sent it today.
Okay.
It's
Thank
a shared file, so if you see that, it's real.
Jim, you have, is it 4 nights you have reserved for that, Tuesday through Friday, or is it?
No, we don't do Fridays.
3.
We do Tuesday, Wednesday, and if Thursday is needed, we'll do it.
Thursday if needed?
If it's
Okay.
needed, yep.
Yeah. And last year, how many nights did it take us to do it?
We did the 3, didn't we? That's
2
when,
nights.
the last
We did
couple of
in 2.
years, we've been thinking of cutting it back. It's just,
Yeah.
It'll be a little different.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments for Christine? Really appreciate, again, the thorough presentation and the information shared this evening, Christine. And I assume probably during the work sessions, we'll talk about the bond and any opportunities along those lines.
Right.
Okay,
Good.
excellent. That's
right,
all
thank
that
you.
we have. Thank you so much. And now we will turn it over to the public for any comment as well, if anyone here would like to speak for the public hearing. As a reminder, there will be a second public hearing as well at a later time. So I'll start with you, Mr. Lynch. Oh, sorry, just 1 second, Mr. Lynch. We are in a,
hit the button too, please.
and please just push the button. There we go.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Christine, just a couple of questions for education. On the unassigned fund balance, could you remind the room of what the what the percent level is that oversight bodies want a municipality to keep of the, so we're at the 23.8% now. What's kind of the threshold that for best practices we're supposed to stay at? Could it?
Well,
Yeah,
it's
is
up
this-
to you. Would you prefer to
sorry.
just take the questions and then answer them at the end? Okay, is that all right
so-
with you?
Sure, just a
Okay.
question about that, and just wanted to, on the capital projects, the water, sewer, and beach. So those are all, just for clarification, capital budgets on those three enterprise funds are not going to be funded by taxpayer dollars. They're all going to be funded by user fees.
Correct.
Just wanted,
Correct, as the enterprise accounts.
okay. And then finally, if I'm at home, can I just do, between the levy and the tax rate, can I just multiply my present tax that I'm paying by 1.024 to get my new tax rate? It's the 2.4, right, that I can, so those are the questions that I had.
Thank
Thank
you. And then we'll invite Christine up at the end just to ask any final clarifying questions and address some of these. Is that all right with you? No, you don't have to come up now. We'll give everyone an opportunity to speak, so that way we can tally up everyone's questions. Anyone else wish to get up and speak? Yes.
I do. Stephen, spelled with a V, Richards, R-I-C-H-A-R-D-S. Yeah, one of the things that I've been involved with before in other communities around the country, as I worked for FEMA for a while, and I've done a few other things. I've did a lot of international banking, and I did a lot of other things. Worked on the Conservation Commission for 15 years, so I have a background on some of this stuff a little bit. And many of the towns around the country are now forming, and other communities are forming a strategy to provide a relatively modest, anywhere from a 0.5% to 1% tax on transfers of real estate to be set aside for dedicated funds. Well, in Narragansett, one of the biggest things that we need to do is to protect our coastline. And this coastline issue is as the environment is changing, is not going to get very cheap. It's going to continue to be expensive to protect the most important part of our town, which is the beaches and the waterways. And if we don't find strategies to do that, we're going to be having all these things waiting for grants and waiting for this, and we're going to try and apply for that. And not that we don't want to do that, certainly, but the town does need to begin to take a proactive approach in how to strategize, how to find revenues to begin to take care of this town over the long term. And if we don't, we're always going to be doing ad hoc, willy-nilly type of financing strategies to solve problems, and always worried about this stuff. I suggest that the town council strongly consider implementing an ordinance for a income tax, for a fee of 0.5% of all land sold in the town of Narragansett that would be set aside, those funds would be set aside to protect the coastline. And therefore, you would have that money available in a dedicated fund so that you could protect Narrow River, you could protect the beach, and you'd be able to do something to protect what people come here for. Because if these get destroyed, property values are going to go down with it. So we've got to begin to figure out long-term strategies and how to do these things on a consistent basis so that we have protected the most important part of our assets. So I suggest that you look at a transfer fee of 0.5% of all sales of property in the town of Narragansett to be set aside in a dedicated fund that would be used to protect the coastline and the environment of Narragansett. And that money would be there when you need it to do these important things, so that you're not sweating it and wearing it and not being able to do it because, oh, we don't have the money this year, or we were denied the grant, or we were denied this, or denied that. And those things there's gonna be more and more demands, because the more coastline communities are gonna be facing these problems, and everybody's gonna be trying to figure out how to do it. And if we always wait for these things, we're never going to be able to get a financing stream that will actually work to protect our single most important asset. And if we don't figure these things out now, we're going to be, and think about 5 years from now, as the ocean's rising, this is all the environmental issues. These aren't going to go away. These aren't making it any easier. And if you just try to do this thing on an ad hoc, willy-nilly basis, I don't think you're ever going to. So I suggest that you look at that 1/2% of land transfer fee set aside for a dedicated fund that would be used for the town of Narragansett to protect its most important asset. And if you don't do that, I think you're being really derelict in your duty about protecting this town on its most important asset.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for the public hearing portion? Yes, Mr. Volpe.
I do. Joseph Volpe, Joseph, Volpe, V like Victory, OLPE, 21 Harbor Island Road, Narragansett. You're welcome. So I think this is a little serendipitous because I ran out of time before. Just as I said, I would run this town like we ran our shift to increase enforcement. And I know there's a lot going on with the budget, but this enforcement thing is something that's huge. It's huge for year-round, short-term, and academic rentals. It's a big deal. It's what a lot of people come up to this microphone and complain about. So it needs to be addressed. 3 years ago, I recommended an additional rental compliance officer for a couple of reasons. One, to address this very issue, but also we had people calling dispatch while I was dealing with 4 people drowning in the water. And they're calling dispatch about trash and parking. So we needed to streamline that. That's one of the things that extra, as Mr. Tierney said, that extra rental compliance officer handles. But they have a lot. Kevin Tuttle is a one-man show. Wayne has a lot going on. If, to everyone's point earlier, and especially you, Mr. President, if we need more, get more. If we need more enforcement, get more enforcement. And I think it needs to be 3 bullet points with this enforcement. Person needs a badge. They can't be showing up with a clipboard and, they need a badge and they need the authority to write fines. They need the authority to warn them, to document this, and find the people that aren't the owners, the property owners. Yes, the kids are going to get a yellow sticker. They're going to get in trouble at school, but we need to track what's going on with the people that actually own the properties. So the first thing is they need a badge. If you need more, get them. And we need a streamlined approach for how these concerns are going to be reported. As I mentioned, they were calling dispatch, but if you look at Middletown's website, for example, they have trash, call this number. Parking, call this number. Noise, obviously, you call the police. Any safety issue, I get, call the police. But we need to streamline that for the residents, so the residents know, they can go on our website and they can see this and they can report the concern. That being said, the residents also need to know that those concerns should be qualified. Labor Day weekend, there were people taking pictures and putting them on Facebook saying that there's parking issues. Yeah, that's because all the kids are moving into their houses, right? I wouldn't consider that a viable concern. So I think that this rental compliance officer can not only fix the problem, they can qualify some of these frivolous concerns that aren't, that don't have any basis. And if Dan Holland can do what he did with that website, he can do this. He did an amazing job. Kudos to him for what he did. But if he can do that, he can streamline our website to make reporting these concerns a bit easier. And more importantly, not only do the residents have a place to go, there needs to be a tracking system for the problem homes, the problem owners. 80% is not good enough. And I think that those people should be held accountable. If you have trash, you have noise, I pass, houses that have cars on the lawns, that needs to be addressed. And think about it. Think about the addition of a cap, which was brought up about the short-term rentals, something everybody on both sides agreed with. Everybody agreed to a cap. It's done in Middletown, and I understand that it is a legal question. I understand.
Looks like our microphone may have died. Just a brief pause because we won't be able to hear you online. So until then, I think we're working to get a quick backup. Just 1 second. Oh, and look at that. See, is there spirit going on in here? Because the battery just turned back on. But it's clear that one's low, so.
Test.
There we go. Thank you.
So my point is, picture having some sort of limit on the amount, but also picture them being neat and tidy and everybody following the rules a little bit more than what they're doing now. So now we address the amount and we also address the behavior. That's all I have to say. I think that enforcement is a bigger deal in this budget. It's a bigger deal with the short-term rentals. It's a bigger deal with the academics rentals and year-round rentals as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak or comment on during the public hearing? Yes, Mr. Scannion.
So help me God. Justin, Justin, Wolf, Wolf, Skenyon, Skenyon. Welcome. All right, so thank you for letting me get up here and address tonight. This is more to give homework for the people at home. Last week we did our budget sessions like you're going to next week for our budget, which we're sending to you. I don't want to reiterate what Peter Cummings and our superintendent is going to tell you next week or our presentation, just to kind of inform the public at home that those who were not able to attend can still catch the meeting online. We had to delay because of the snowstorm. We knocked out both of our meetings which were supposed to happen during that week. So, with all that shifting, we'll make sure people know they're still available. We will also be voting on the budget before we send it to you this Wednesday. So if anyone has any public comments or wants to see us discuss it, that would be your opportunity before the town council. Because as you guys will get the whole budget, you don't get to see our wonderful staff put in all that detailed effort they did to present this year's budget. So thank you.
Jason, can you just tell people your position?
Oh, I'm the vice chair of the Narragansett School Committee.
Thank you. And again, just to reiterate what Mr. Scannion has already shared, that they will be voting on the first pass of the budget this Wednesday evening. I believe their meetings are scheduled at 7 p.m. as well. So is that correct? And if anyone would like to comment on the school's portion of the budget before they vote on it, please attend if able. And again, the school committee and the town council will be having their budget work session at a later time as well. So looking forward to that. And as a reminder to the council, if anyone has any questions regarding the school's budget, please reach out to the superintendent of schools, Dr. Peter Cummings, as well as members of the school committee, and they'll be happy to work with you on that. So with that, anyone else have any comment for this public hearing? All right. So, Christina, I'd like to welcome you right back. And we will follow up with a couple of the questions that were asked.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to speak specifically to any of the questions. I did have the question that Mr. Lynch asked regarding the unassigned fund balance, the 23.8%, just regarding what amount is required to...
We have a policy, and the Government Finance Officials Association recommends 10 to 16.67%. Obviously, anything higher is better for bond rating. So the higher we are, the better bond rating we get, and we're AA+ right now with Standards & Poor.
Okay. Any other... so that's all I had for the question on that. Did you have any other additional comments or bullet points that you wrote down based on people's feedback?
Not really, not really. A little bit about, like, we made the enterprise fund balance policy, so that's a step in the direction to build up reserves for issues with storms and such. I think wastewater is almost to their minimum, so that's a positive. Took a few years, but you had to raise the rates, the fees. But they're looking much better. That's it. I mean, we're taking strides to make things better.
Anyone have any final thoughts, comments for Christine? All right. Thank you again for being here and for answering the questions. Looking forward to an incredible work session next week. So again, to anyone who may wish to attend, the work sessions for the town council and the town staff regarding the review of the budget and budget proposals will begin on Tuesday next week, and that will be at, correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, I believe, is it 6 or 5:30?
6 p.m.
6 p.m., and that'll be on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday if needed. So with that, I will make a motion to close the public hearing. Wait, do we close? Yeah. So I didn't see that written here. So is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. And then we will, does anyone need a break, or do you want to dive right in? Keep going? Okay. So we'll move on to consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve as presented consent agenda items C1 and C2?
Motion to approve C1 and C2.
Second.
Discussion, any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the town council. Mr. Durkin, are you formally recusing yourself? Okay. So Mr. Durkin is formally recusing himself. So I will wait until he exits the room. Okay. Okay, the door is closing. All right, so we are on to Town Council, item D1. Is there a motion to read, pass, and adopt a second reading, an ordinance and amendment of section 7.23, student occupied dwellings located in a R10, R10A, or R20 zone within Appendix A entitled Zoning?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. So again, this is the second reading of the motion that was presented last week, or 2 weeks ago, and had an extensive amount of public comment during that public hearing. Does anyone on the council have any final comments on this?
I'd just like to talk a little bit about legal, adding the word legal bedrooms to just be sure that we're all talking the same thing. I guess I have a question. Is there a definition for a legal bedroom? Is there a specific definition? Is it state, or do we have a definition in Narragansett? I was just wondering.
I don't think we have a legal definition of legal bedrooms in Narragansett. You may have to use the building code and a combination of state building code, international building code, and then maybe pass an ordinance to define that down the line.
Okay, so I guess my concern would just be, there's, you know, if the code says you have to have the egress window and it's got to be 5 feet, and I'm just making this up as we go along, and a house was built prior to that building code and it's now 4.5 feet, does that create a problem for a home that has the 4.5 foot egress versus the now, what is currently code?
I would think that would be grandfathered in, but that's just a, you know, educated guess at this point. I think whatever you did 2 weeks ago in terms of the amendment should remain. Moving off that now would just open up a can of worms that I don't think we want to explore.
Okay, so basically, I think what I'm hearing then, if you have a permit for that bedroom, then basically you have a permit for that bedroom.
Right, I don't think you would be able to eliminate a bedroom based on the word legal. I think that if the bedroom's been in existence from a house that's built in 1950 or 1900, it's not going to be eliminated by virtue of that language.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else have any final comments on this from the council?
James, would it be advantageous to add in definition to the building code down the line?
I think that might be a good idea, if just to clarify things for the building inspector. I mean, I think the building inspector can make that interpretation and would be reasonable, but it's just a guess.
Okay.
Anything else? Councilor Torelli?
Nope.
Okay. Any other comments, questions on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. On to item D2 is a motion to adopt a resolution. Oh, well, welcome back, Mr. Durkin. Sorry. We'll wait a second. All right, is there a motion to adopt a resolution in support of House Bill H7571 and Senate Bill S2176, which proposes the enactment of legislation which creates a special registration plate for the Friends of the Historic Narragansett Towers?
Motion to support.
Second.
Discussion. So, oh, go ahead.
I guess my only question is does the Friends of Historic Narragansett Towers actually exist right now?
So that was the terminology that was written in the legislation that's being considered. I did speak with Senator DeMario, and the specific name of that organization may have changed, but she has reiterated that as long as the resolution provides support for this initiative for a new license plate to be created, that's the most important detail here. But that's something that they're working out at the state level specifically as to who.
Okay, so it doesn't
Doesn't impact the resolution.
The actual resolution. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. President, may I comment to bring
Sure.
to council's attention? Although I think this is a great proposal, I just want to caution that it probably should be approved contingent upon the administrative filing of the paperwork for the organization, because currently it was revoked back in 2023. I'm sure that's an administrative revocation, but it hasn't been restored yet. And I spoke to Dave, and they're in the process of restoring it. So I would approve it contingent upon that.
Can I just jump in real quick on that? So I run an organization, and we were late on registering our nonprofit, and it became not registered with the state. It was simply a matter of paperwork that fixed it, and I would imagine that's the same case with this society.
I just have the documents that I forwarded to the council that indicate revocation. I'm just calling it to your attention. Because I did send it to the state reps and senator as well, just so that they'd be aware. I think it's the appropriate thing to do.
Yeah, so again, I'm okay with it being contingent on the filing of the paperwork and getting them live and active again. Again, this is mirroring the specific language that is already being considered up at the State House, and they've asked what is Narragansett's position on this. I think it's a really great idea to really have an opportunity to showcase to the entire Ocean State and celebrate one of Narragansett's incredible landmarks. You know, if you think of Narragansett, you always think of the towers first and foremost. So I think it's a tremendous opportunity to really showcase some of the beauty that Narragansett has to offer. And I commend Senator DeMario for presenting this to me, as well as the efforts going on the House side with Carol McEntee and Teresa Tanzi. Any final questions or comments on this? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any, with the, should I, okay, so let me just reiterate really quickly. We are voting on the amended version of this with the stipulation that the, how do you want me to term that, actually?
I would say upon the administrative final approval of the application. I'm sure it's just a filing clerical, but it's out there, and it's
Yep.
of the nonprofit status. It's out there as revoked, so I think by stating that it's contingent upon the restoration once they file the administrative paperwork.
So contingent upon the filing of the paperwork and being,
Restoration of the
and
previous
restoration.
status.
So do I need to make a motion to revise that, or can we just vote based on that consideration?
I would vote at, you've said that you all support it, so
Right.
that the council supports it and contingent upon the administrative approval of the paperwork restoring their status as a nonprofit.
Excellent. Is everyone on the council good with that?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item D3. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution in support of House Bill H7485, which proposes establishing reimbursement for community paramedic programs?
Move the motion.
Second?
Discussion. So this is an item, again, that our Congress representative at the State House, Carol McEntee, is proposing, and I think it's a really great opportunity statewide, especially in Narragansett, focusing on the reimbursement for community paramedic programs. It's an initiative that South Kingstown has already voiced their support of, and I think that Narragansett should do so also. Does anyone have any comments on this?
So I just want to say that, as you know, I'm part of the Rotary Club, and we invited them in to speak to us about this program. And I took the pamphlet, and I took all the information, and I just thought it was such a great, great program. And it just so happened 2 weeks later, I was in my doctor's office, and she was telling me about a situation of an elderly man whose wife had dementia. He had gone in the hospital. They were concerned about her. And I said, did you ever hear about this program? And I went into the car and got the brochure, and she was like, this is amazing. This is exactly what we need. So I just think that once the word gets out and people know about this program, it is just like perfect and great for the residents of Narragansett and South Kingstown. And I think, you know, doctors having this information and all is exactly what they're looking for. So I 100% support this.
Anyone else on the council have any comment on this?
Mr. President, when the council is done, Chief Partington and Captain McHenry would like to speak on this worthwhile initiative.
Oh,
And
excellent.
also to give it some more publicity and let more people learn more about it. It's a fantastic program they've worked hard at, and the state legislature has embraced it as well. So council support is appreciated.
Absolutely. And thank you for being here this evening, and please come up to the podium.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me and allowing me a few minutes to speak on this. It's a program that I'm very proud of, and Captain Kevin McHenry, our EMS coordinator, has done a tremendous amount of work on this program. So it's House Bill 7485. As presented, will really look to recognize and reward the value of a lot of the current work that we've been doing over the years in the EMS field. It improves three important key areas within this bill. It seeks to bring the Medicaid and private insurance reimbursements closer in parity with federal Medicare reimbursement rates. It also provides a reimbursement process for the treatment and care of patients that we encounter out in the field that we do not transport. Quite often, we run into patients that we treat right there in the field. We educate them in the field, but it just doesn't warrant transporting them to a hospital. And then also, it provides a sustainable reimbursement process for the inclusion of approved mobile integrated health community paramedicine programs. One of the programs here in Narragansett that I'm very proud of and the work that we've done. So this goes back, just to give you a little background, and if you bear with me, just a few minutes to speak on this program. So we pursued a mental health program, excuse me, a mobile integrated health program after recognizing a growing gap within our own community. Resources, particularly for our elderly residents. Over time, our crews were responding to the same individuals repeatedly for these what we termed as non-emergency types of incidents. They were calling 911 mostly for an incident which may not have warranted calling 911. It was just for other reasons. So yet, they lacked the dedicated resources to follow up and conduct in-home visits and help residents work through these challenges of remaining safe and really aging in place within their own homes. So there are needs within our community-based medical, which requires medical delivery programs focused on prevention, assistance with navigating the healthcare industry, and really long-term stability for the aging residents within our community. So in response to this, we had the opportunity to apply for grant funding. It was statewide grant funding through the Rhode Island Department of Health. Kevin and others took advantage of this, put in an application for this, and we were awarded a grant-funded program for the startup of an MIH program. So a collective $215,000 in grant funding through the state. With that, Kevin really created what was referred to as a collaborative program between three communities, Narragansett, South Kingstown EMS, and Charlestown EMS, to create what you've seen in the pamphlets and what we've been advertising and what you'll see in a video here tonight, South County Mobile Integrated Health. So with that, we began seeing patients out in the field, and Narragansett has since April of 2024 has really conducted about 400 plus MIH visits for Narragansett residents alone, just in Narragansett. And with that, these residents have remained safer, healthier, and more supported in their homes. And through this work, we really helped to, and the data will show this, we have shown it with the data we've collected. We've reduced hospital readmission rates. We've helped to free up emergency department beds. We reduced the utilization of 911 by up to 90% with some of these calls that have been coming in frequently by people in our community seeking help. And we have significantly improved the safety and overall quality of their health as well. So additionally, we've provided in-home visitations, vaccinations, home safety checks, residential lock boxes, fall risk assessments, medication reviews. We assist with transportation coordination, food access through the local pantries, and connect residents to other vital community resources, including social programs that help reduce really what is isolation. So it's important to understand that we're not just treating that patient in the home, we're also treating their families. Often their families don't live with these residents, they live outside their homes, quite often outside of our own community. So there's some long-distance communication issues with that. So we help to advocate not just for that patient, but also for their families. It's been very well received. We're very proud of the work. I also lobby on behalf of the Rhode Island Association of Fire Chiefs, of which I was past president for. I also serve and represent them on the Rhode Island Ambulance Service Coordinating Advisory Board and other numerous committees, one of which is the Legislative Committee. And this has been one bill that we've been going after now for several years, which helps to provide a reimbursement pathway for these types of programs within our own communities. So it's something that we've really lobbied hard on, and I just want to thank our local representatives, particularly Tina Spears of Charlestown, who is one of the primary sponsors on this bill, along with Representative Carol McEntee, who we work closely with on this bill. So it would really go a long way having the town as a whole, through the council, to really support this resolution going forward. It's just another thing we can present forward to our legislators to help foster this legislation. We have a meeting with the private insurers this week, in fact, Blue Cross in particular, with our lobbying think tank, I guess you could call them. And we'll be meeting with them personally and virtually over the next several weeks to help kind of iron out some of the hiccups with the insurance end of this thing. So we're really looking forward to this, and I want to thank you for going forward and supporting this legislation. And I just wanted to bring Kevin forward. Kevin, if you could just stand up. Kevin's just done an incredible amount of work on this program. I just wanted to offer him up the opportunity just to be recognized on it. I know I have recognized him before in the past, and you've seen him and you're aware of his work. But you will see him a little bit. If we can cue up the video, Dan or Isaac, and we'll show the video. And if you have any questions afterwards, we're more than happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's a necessity to have this available for people to be able to stay in their homes. It's wonderful. It's an absolute necessity as you get older to have something. If you don't have a family member nearby, this is the next best thing. The program was key to keeping my husband home in the last years of his life, and it made it possible for him to be where he wanted to be. And it really meant the world to both of us to be able to do that.
I think this program is kind of something that you can hang on to, that you know is out there, that you could, you know, if you get jammed up, you've got someone you could talk to. Or oftentimes, especially when you live alone, you're isolated a lot. So it's good to know that somebody's checking up on you like that, you know. And again, it's just peace of mind of knowing, like, your vital signs are right, and you know, or they can see something that you don't see that's happening to you, and they go, "Did you notice that this was going on?" I think any of those things would be a tremendous help.
Since I'm living alone now, MIH is great because it'll help come to the house and help me set up my iPad to do the telehealth with a doctor. I think that's a phenomenal advantage for someone in my position, because I've got someone else coming in, they're setting it up, they just did my vital signs. So you have, besides myself, I have somebody else there conversing with the doctor. So I think there's another pair of ears understanding what's going on. But I think that's very, very important.
I love having them around. We're friends. We're good friends. In fact, right now, I don't know how I do it without them. What they're doing is they're filling a gap right now. Flu shot, check my blood pressure, Frank listens to my lungs. If it didn't exist, I would have no way to get to the hospital, no way to get to a lab. I would describe it as very uplifting.
Okay, that was it. I just wanted to give you an idea of what it is that we were doing. This video here was also paid for by those grant funds, and Kevin and the production crew did a great job. This is just one of several videos that'll be probably made available as we advertise for the program. So,
Thank you for being here. You did a much better job explaining it than I did. Thank you.
okay, you're welcome.
Great guy.
And if anyone is interested in the program, you can certainly reach out to myself or Kevin. The information is on our website through the fire department website page. You can look that up and just apply there, either for someone else, or if you know of somebody who is interested, refer them to it. Right? So thank you.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yep.
Is anyone eligible for this?
Kevin, do you want to talk about the eligibility requirements?
Yep, so on our website, there's a request form, request a service. Anyone can request a visit from an MIH provider. We can go out any age, well, anything. Anyone who needs care at home. We specialize in the elderly. We seem to be, there's less and less resources in town. So we're out trying to helping people age at home. But we do have a couple of pediatrics that do have chronic illnesses that we are trying to get out there ahead of time and help the families as they transition maybe back from the hospital. The goal of the program is to reduce hospitalizations and readmissions. So if we can get out there and help them into the house, and it's a huge transition. And once you get discharged from a hospital, trying to set up new equipment and services in the area. So whether they live in town or they're new to the town, we're there for them.
Thank you.
I just want to say that it's an amazing service, and I live with two in-laws and went through many emergencies, and if something like this was available then, that would have been amazing at the time. So I support this 100%. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Mr. Durkin? So I just want to, again, echo the sentiments shared this evening already. To Chief Kevin, I really appreciate you giving us a soundbite on this very important initiative. And again, special thanks to Representatives Carol Hagan-McEntee and Representative Spears for taking on this very important initiative at the state. And again, just really sincere thanks to the incredible work that you're all doing to protect and serving our community. I don't think your efforts go unnoticed a single day here. And the more that we can celebrate your incredible service to this town and recognize your service, we really should be doing so. I was really impressed by the video this evening. I don't know if you were in charge of creating that, but a day after the Academy Awards, and I felt that was award worthy. So really, again, if there's an opportunity to display that at the state as well, I don't know if you've done that already, but when testimony does come up for this, I highly recommend any opportunity to share this with them as well.
Yeah, we're very happy how it came out, and happy I think it sells it. Hearing it from the residents themselves really, I think, sells it for us.
I was.
You can't make it, and you can't write it any better than that.
Right, and I was going to say that it's one thing to hear about it. It's another thing to see it in practice. And just to reiterate what one of the gentlemen spoke during the video was that these services provide a irreplaceable peace of mind for residents in this town. Just knowing that such services can and will exist is just something that just can't be replaced. And I commend you for your services as well as this initiative that's being taken on at the state. So thank you. Thank you again for being here. And let's give a round of applause for our first responders.
It's a great, we have a great group of people that do it. We have a great group of EMTs that are dedicated to do it. They took on the training, and they're out there every day. They're doing a phenomenal job out there seeing these patients, looking up the resources, and advocating for the patients we have. So it's a good team of dedicated EMTs amongst the other EMTs that we have that are out there every day doing their job.
We have the best first responders here in this town, and we really appreciate all of the efforts that go into protecting and serving our community every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, does anyone from the public have any comment for this? Yes, Dr. Alba.
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. So I do want to give accolades and praise to the emergency responders and everyone in the fire department. They are true lifesavers. I think this is a wonderful program. I think it's great. I think especially when people are infirm, they're elderly. I don't know if there might be a number. I know we have a 911 number. I don't know if there's a number that we might be able to tie in, so if someone wants to get a hold of you quickly, or if they have to go, for example, someone is needing your services, but they have not filled out that application, is there any way they can contact you and say, you know what, we'd like to see you, instead of calling the 911 rescue? So that might be a consideration. One other note, I did have to call 911, and the responders did show up at the house. I've painted the house many times myself in my house, and I put up a couple of mailboxes, and I didn't have it numbered. So when it was right after a storm, but the rescue had a difficulty finding our house. So I don't know, just to preclude this for future, future instances, I don't know if there's a way. Now we have GPS in regards to calling out, checking an address out where that house might be located. I don't know if we could use any MapQuest or other kind of tools. That way, if a house is inadvertently not numbered, or the mailbox is not numbered, they'll be able to locate that number. So, but thank you very much. I just want to share that with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none? And we'll turn back to the council. Any final comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item D4. Is there a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance and amendment of Chapter 22, Article 3, entitled Noise?
Motion to introduce.
Second.
Discussion. So this is an ordinance update amendment that Councilor Torialde and I are working on. I know that the current reading of the agenda item is to introduce, read, pass, and accept, but I do know that there was some feedback that has been shared from members in the community in regards to what has been added and regarding concerns about what can and cannot be enforced, as well as working with the legal team as well. But just again, to reiterate where we were and where we're at, is there is a noise ordinance on record in the town of Narragansett, and for one reason or another, there have been difficulties with being able to enforce the current noise ordinance as it's written and on our books. So what Councilor Torialde and I are trying to do is to improve the language so that it can be better enforced. Now, we recognize that, this is still a work in progress, but very much want to highlight that the time, the times that are represented in here from my intent are just to align to the table that's already in there, not really trying to touch time, really just trying to improve the language so that it can be better enforced. However, I do know that we haven't had a work session on this as well, and I do know that you guys might have a lot of questions on this. So depending on how this conversation goes, I might recommend that we have a work session on this to address the questions, but I want to see what your guys' feedback is on this. Starting with you, Councilor Terriali, since you're the co-sponsor of this amendment.
I don't have too much to say regarding it. You know, we discussed it at length previously. I'm generally speaking good.
Okay. Thank you. So to the rest of the council, do you guys have any questions or comments on what's being proposed or questioning why it's being proposed?
I guess one of my questions would be, it talks about 10 o'clock, but in the chart, it talks about 11 o'clock. And I just didn't know what the discrepancy was, because quite honestly, I think I can understand 10 o'clock if someone's jackhammering or a tractor trailer is outside your house and it's extremely loud. But I think if you just have people sitting around outside on their deck and they're, have company and they're talking, I think 11 o'clock is more reasonable than to have people out there having their discussions, laughing, doing whatever. Because I think it's really hard to figure out what does hollering and hooting and laughing and screaming and, it's to me, that's a difficult thing if you just have 6 people in a family who happen to be a loud family talking outside on their deck. I think people should be allowed to be outside and until 11 o'clock. That would be my only thing.
Okay, and again, just to address specifically the questions here that you had as well, I also had the same. Are we online? Okay. Just to reiterate, actually the same question that I had was, it was interesting to me in the yelling, shouting section of this noise ordinance, original writers of this noise ordinance had stipulated a time frame from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. But in Table 1, on the same page, in the residential section, it stipulates 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. So, again, I think that is a reasonable question as to, and just so that we're being transparent, the reason why I had updated the language to 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. was to align to what was already in our current noise ordinance. So if that's something that we want to discuss or debate, we can do so during a work session.
I also had a question about the 10 seconds. So does that mean that at, let's say it's 10 o'clock, we'll just use 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, at 10 seconds after, you can make a phone call and say that for 10 seconds they have been talking past 10 o'clock? I mean, is that basically what you're trying to say? Like, what does 10 seconds mean? I'm not clear on that.
So again, based on my understanding of what other cities and towns have enacted in a similar noise ordinance, and what makes the noise ordinance in general so challenging to enforce is being able to have something that's measurable. And the thought is, by adding in a duration of 10 seconds, and again, open to, alternate considerations of time, but it was more so that instead of it being a brief moment of loud noise, that there was a measurable amount of noise being violated for 10 seconds or more, and then that would be considered a violation. Is your concern with the suggested duration of time?
Well, I guess maybe I'm not interpreting it the same way. I guess if we just said 10 o'clock, if that's what we agreed on, that someone can call and say, it's 10 o'clock, the noise ordinance says that people should not be out there, you know, talking, whatever, and it's 15 minutes afterwards, and that gives people, you know, that gives you some time. Okay, it's 15 minutes. I really think that I would like to have someone come up here because, you know, it's 15 minutes after and it ended at 10. Instead of calling and saying, well, it ended at 10 and they've been talking 10 seconds more than they're supposed to be. And I guess maybe that's the way I'm interpreting it, which may not be correct, but I think that that's, to me, if you had a certain 15 minutes, if they're 15 minutes over the time, then that gives you a little bit more time. But I'm not sure where the 10 seconds comes in. Is it, I'm not clear on that.
I think the 10 seconds specifically is to mirror similar noise ordinances that other cities and towns in Rhode Island had adopted. I don't specifically know where the 10 seconds comes from, but it was something that was utilized in I think it was Newport, that had a similar ordinance like this. But again, you know, we can add that to the list to go back to legal. And again, the goal here is to create something that's, you know, not something that's just improved language, but something that's enforceable. So the time, you know, definitely want to address, as well as the time parameters, and then the time in which you monitor and can record the 10 seconds.
I think a workshop would be a good thing to do, so that we have the time as a council to discuss it and come through all and have time to speak with.
I was going to say, I have received a substantial amount of feedback in support for this initiative, but this support being especially that we do this right. And I think that some of the legal questions that have come up, even shared this evening, I think it's important, if you're okay with this, James, or a member of the legal team at a potential work session, to be able to ask directly these questions and get feedback on that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions we can. I think duration means a 10-second period, like count to 10, it has to last that period of time. That's my interpretation of it. I don't know if there's a different interpretation.
Oh, your microphone.
Yeah, I mean, I think
so. It's one person, 10 seconds, or is it?
Yeah, yep. One person. Could be one person. Could be two people. Could be six. I think that language derives from Newport, if I'm not mistaken, because they have a significant issue with noise at like 1 a.m. when people leave the restaurants and pubs, whatever, and they're yelling, screaming, talking, and I think that was a result of their noise ordinance, at least part of it.
Can I jump in for a sec? So my concern is, I don't know, we live in this town, and I live in this town, and I want to be out in my backyard until 11 o'clock at night. I don't think that's a unreasonable ask, frankly. 10 seconds seems weird to me. I'd like to explore that more, so I think a workshop seems the right way to go to talk about it.
Okay. And again, I think, and I appreciate this feedback, because again, the original language in here stipulated 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And the reason why, you know, I had recommended the 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. was to align with what's in Table 1. So I would actually ask for a follow-up to even look at, you know, why the discrepancy between the two. But again, I think the most important thing here is, you know, recognizing the quality of life issue going on around town. And, you know, it's not only enough to say that, you know, man, my battery just died on my iPad, but that's all right. I can still remember what I want to say. It's just making sure that, you know, everyone is treated equally across the board, that everyone has the same right to same right to a quality of life as anyone else in town. That, you know, recognizing that people might have to get up early in the morning, you know, I think there just needs to be this expected enforcement across the board. Again, enforcement seems to be the key word this evening on a number of our ordinances, and again, the goal here is ultimately to create an updated version of this noise ordinance that can be enforced. So another question that I think we need to address is who is going to be doing the enforcing of said noise amendment updates. If somebody calls and complains that there is somebody who is hooting and hollering outside, walking down the street, are they going to, does it have to be that somebody in town or a police officer has to come and address the noise ordinance, and while they are present, be violating the noise ordinance in order to, have a penalty put against them? So again, I think the enforcement part of this really needs to be ironed out a little bit more, but I do want to, again, reiterate Councilor Torrielli's and my dedication to making sure that this noise ordinance does get over the finish line.
Yeah, kind of to that point, I know one thing that we kind of honed in on was the desire for tangible metrics to be able to measure against. Clearly, there's confusion on some of those metrics. So I think workshopping this, perhaps if we could bring in Chief Rikas on, as well as James, some other local ordinances to see what South Kingstown, what Newport has in effect that we can apply here as well to make it truly enforceable.
And my recommendation, if possible, would be to have it right before our next regular scheduled meeting, if possible on April, 6th? 6th at 6 p.m., if that works for you guys. April 6th at 6 p.m. I especially want to make sure that this noise ordinance gets approved, or hopefully approved, but at least we come to a consensus on what should be in it before we're in the heat of, the summer season. So, okay.
The other thing, Alex, that I've noticed in this ordinance, I don't know when it was originally created, but its terms are antique almost.
Oh, let's talk into your microphone.
Like words streetcar, hawkers, steam engine, radio, receiving device. It really doesn't, it's antiquated.
Oh, we got a lot of steam engines making noise in this town.
But, so I don't know if there's a way of finding a newer ordinance somewhere else, because I guess we usually copy other people's and then add and subtract to it. But it does seem like it doesn't fit exactly. And then, I think that, a commercial zone should have its certain decibel level, and then a residential zone should have it too, and there should be some kind of buffer area between the two. Because if a commercial zone meets a residential zone, what do you do? Because there's always going to be that conflict. So there has to be some kind of buffer, I think, between those two zones.
Right, and in this ordinance that we were reading, I read 100 feet, and I was assuming it was 100 feet between the commercial zone.
I don't think that's what it says, though, Jason. I think it's like it starts at 0, so.
Right.
I don't think there is a buffer,
Which is why we should be workshopping this
Yeah, I
and
think.
getting through it.
Yeah, if everything was all able to be started again, I think then there'd be a buffer with zoning, like a BB zone becomes a BA zone, and then it becomes a high density zone after that. That would be the perfect world, but I think we all know where this emanated from, and that, it's a serious BB zone next to a neighborhood, which, I don't know. So, anyway, that's.
I definitely agree with the buffer.
I don't know how we're gonna figure that all out, but.
Well, I think that therein lies a significant part of the problem, and, I'm going to fight and defend people that might be living within the buffer, because, again, even when talking with James about this in the past was, where are the boundaries to a noise ordinance? Because noise pollution rolls over into different zones in town. So again, I think that's part of the legal battle and ironing out these details, because again, we want to make sure that this is enforceable and done right, but I think we really need to clarify those questions about what to do when you have two zones going right up against each other and you have residents who live right next to a zone that's designed completely differently. It's like, this is the intent of the noise ordinance, I think, wholeheartedly, why it was created in the first place. It's not to stifle the general community, it's to provide a check and balance for those who live right up against a different zone. Sorry, what were you saying?
I agree with you. However, because it's an ordinance that is district, town-wide, we don't want it to be detrimental to someone who wants to have their friends outside having a glass of wine, or, a Diet Coke or whatever, you know, on a nice evening, and you're sitting there with, you know, you have another couple there, and you're sitting there talking. We don't want it to be detrimental to them either, so we have to really figure out a way, and that's why I think we need to take a little more time with it. I know what we're trying to do, and I agree 100% with the commercial. I understand that, and I think we need to really address that, but I think we need to make sure we do it correctly.
I also, along the same lines, because you brought it up, in the table 1, right? So they've already attempted, whoever the early crafters of this original noise ordinance was, started to break down by zone what the different parameters were. Maybe in similar fashion, we can do something for all of our zones, so that way we know that so that way it's not just a blanketed approach across all of the town, that we are addressing the needs of each specific zone. But I think, again, the most important consideration that we really need to look at are those zones that are really close to overlapping, and what to do in those situations. So I think more research needs to be done on this, and I appreciate the feedback shared on email, in person, by the council this evening, because it does sound like we are ready to move forward. It's just, we just want to make sure that we're getting some of the final details ironed out. And I do know that there is representation here this evening, so if anyone here wishes to comment on this as well, I welcome you up for the opportunity to speak. Yes, Dr. Alba.
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. Narragansett. I've been here for virtually all of my life. We're not extremists. We're not extremists. So if we have neighbors who are having an outside gathering, talking amongst themselves, we're not going to blow the whistle on them. Now, if we have neighbors who are shooting off M80s, yes, we will. We're not extremists. So out of all due respect, Ms. McNally, you know, some of those examples you gave, to me, didn't make sense to me. People aren't going to call on a neighbor for having an outside gathering or picnic at 9 o'clock, even at 10 o'clock, if it's within reason. You know, if you're going to hear screaming and shouting, yes. And on that note, let us not forget Boone Street Market. You know, I applaud the owners. They're intelligent individuals. But on the other hand, we do have issues with that establishment, as you all know. So 10 o'clock, 10 p.m., a lot of people go to bed at 9 p.m. So I would say start the noise ordinance at 9 p.m. Not because we're anti-partiers. I'm not an anti-partier, even though I'm not a big-time partier. But on the other hand, people need peace and quiet in their neighborhoods. In addition, Mr. Durkin brought up density. Well, now with the push for building more and more properties, regardless of the consequences to our infrastructure, our peace of mind, in our neighborhoods, that's another pressing issue. So if we have these quasi-hotels, or even
just wanna-
hotels, even
sorry.
hotels.
I just wanna make sure
or-
that you're
or-
speaking to the noise
right.
ordinance.
If we have these businesses, because a hotel is like a business, and we have them next to a residential property, everyone's entitled to peace and quiet. And a lot of people do go to bed at 9 p.m. at night, especially the elderly. We all heard the people so upset from the Boone Street area. Even though it doesn't affect me, I've always had in mind other people, caring about other people. So I hope you all keep that in mind. Let's not move it till 11 o'clock. I wouldn't even say 10. I would say 9 p.m. People need their peace and quiet in our neighborhoods. We don't need to have that taken away from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this at this juncture?
I do think we
Yep, hold on. Nope, that's right. Nope, go ahead. Believe me, Mr. Durkin can wait. That was respectful.
I did come tonight to support this and to thank town councilors who worked on this.
Sorry, can you just speak in the mic, state your name and
I'll
address?
step up. David Bird, 23 Perkins Avenue, Narragansett.
Thank you.
I did come here tonight to support this ordinance. We've been working on it a long time. I don't feel it's perfect. There are things that I did ask to be changed, but I understand we need to move on. I'd like to talk a little bit about one thing that we could perhaps correct. At the last hearing, Town Councilor Callahan mentioned there was a safe zone that we don't have. In that section, 2247, the last sentence, whoops, no, wrong one, I'm sorry, 2249, 5 in red, the last line has either, and I believe the either was to point out either one thing, which is still there, or this safe zone. And he mentioned it, he said, please take them out. You said yes, and I thought, last thing we need at this point in time is to have something that's a mistake that doesn't matter, getting in the way of, well, we approved it, but it doesn't work. I'd also like to talk a little bit about all the work that's been done, that these are boilerplates. They are similar across the nation. That chart is very much everywhere. Sometimes, you know, slight variations. They have different zones, so they put in an additional zone. And that one does talk to crossing boundaries, but the regulation is when it crosses from business to residential, it is a residential part of the charts that's used. That has some implications for businesses, obviously. But 2249 and the yelling in particular is not about that. It's about across this entire town that you shouldn't have someone continuously, over time, multiple times, yelling and screaming, not talking in your backyard, not on vacation in your rental home, being out at 11, being out at 12. We've all had that. They're having a good time. They're not swearing. They're not getting into altercations with each other. And we'll ask Mr. Tierney, I won't, but perhaps you would. If a police officer really comes to someone's house when they're talking and says, I got within 100 yards and I could hear them talking, that in fact he's going to cite them? We haven't cited this whole ordinance in 20 years. No one's going to cite someone for something like that. They're going to cite them when it's repetitive, over multiple days, when it's loud, when it's beyond a typical situation like you're talking about. That happens. So in this case, I would ask that you consider this and that we move forward with it and that you do look at what other places do. The language is dated. It's boilerplate for many of those. You don't see much change. They changed the order. I'd put this one on top in my world because this is the one that matters. Well, let's move on with this thing. I mean, we're very frustrated that, and as President mentioned, we got to get going on this because it still happens, but it doesn't happen as often right now because of the weather. And we can't go through another season with something that we can't measure. You know, and it's going to be hard enough measuring the top one. We need something you can measure. 100 feet away, we shouldn't hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this? Yes.
Mark Crook, 161 Boone Street. So I want to thank Mr. Menzies, Mr. Totalday for trying to get this straightened out, because the town officials have deemed that the current ordinance is unenforceable. That is, the town manager, the chief of police, the solicitor, that we have basically no noise ordinance in the town of Narragansett. There has not been a citation given out in the town of Narragansett by the police department for, as far as the records go back, 18 years. So the whole purpose of this is not to restrict people in their backyard that are having glasses of wine, that are having a conversation. This is extreme cases for all citizens in Narragansett to have some kind of ordinance that can be enforced when there is extreme noise. Now, extreme noise is based on, and if you've all read this, it's usually based on a decibel reading by decibel meters from the police department. So somebody's not going to call for a group of 6 people in their backyard that are just out there in the evening having a glass of wine and having a conversation. That's not what this noise ordinance is about. It is about people going to extremes with noise, whether that be vehicles, whether that be people, whatever the scenario is. But, you know, if someone has a party in their backyard and they set up a PA system and it's after 10 o'clock and that PA system is going out, the music or whatever they're using it for is going out into the neighborhood over a certain decibel level, then there is recourse from this town noise ordinance. So, you know, the purpose of this is not to get bogged down here with these minute details of exactly when this applies, if you keep in mind that this applies to fairly extreme situations. If you read it over, then it becomes clearer as to what those situations are. And the 10-second is a duration. So for instance, if somebody screams, whatever the reason for 3 seconds, that doesn't apply to the noise ordinance. They have to have a duration. So that 10 seconds is just a measurement of duration for noise that is considered unacceptable.
Thank you.
Need to get this pushed through. We've been talking about this for 3 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? All righty. Again, I further reiterate again the sentiments that have been shared this evening as well. I think it's important that we get this over the finish line. It's baffling to hear the age of the noise ordinance itself, and you know I do appreciate you know kind of being grounded here in the viewpoint of how we should be interpreting this noise ordinance when addressing what amendments need to be added. I would like to pitch, which we can review at the next discussion, some penalties about repeat offenders of noise ordinance violations. I don't think it's very clearly stipulated here in the current ordinance about what happens when somebody is, violates the noise ordinance. I would like to propose some strict measures for repeat offenders of the noise ordinance. So I appreciate the feedback that has been shared this evening, and maybe that's not what some of the people who have gotten up this evening would like to see, but I actually think that putting in specifically what happens when you're a repeat offender is very important, so that it will disincentivize those extreme violators, those extreme noise violators, from doing it again and again. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add at this time?
Yeah, I'd like to just say that fireworks are definitely something that is not in this ordinance that really should be. And that's one of the most annoying things, I think, is, bottle rockets going off in the middle of the night for no reason, And there should be like some time period, like, 4th of July, that's when fireworks are kind of, maybe not permitted, but they're excused or whatever, but for that week or so. But for the people who forget when 4th of July is and think it's August 1st or something, I think it's the most annoying thing in the world. So I think we should address that. And then I would like to see, I know we have a monitor, and maybe we have a monitor coming or whatever, but I think it would be nice if the council during this work session could see what actually 55, is it 55, 65, 65, and 75?
55, 65, and 75 decibel
Yeah.
reading sounds like.
Yeah, I don't know if we'd be able to do it inside this chamber, but maybe we could just go out in the parking lot when we have the workage shop and just have a police officer with the monitor, just see what that actually looks like here, how they do it,
We could do it during the days when they're replacing the windows here.
Yeah. Yep.
No, I think that's good feedback, and
Is that something that we could ask,
yeah, as long as it can be legally done, I would recommend that if there's a specific sound reading that you want ahead of that work session to be done on your own time between now and that meeting, so as to not violate any quorum issues.
No, I mean, when we have our
Yeah, I don't know how, because it has to be televised, so I don't know how you're going to be able to televise a 75 decibel reading test inside here. But if there's a way to do that ahead of the meeting as a demonstration, I certainly would be open to it. But do you guys have any feedback on that? It's a unique request here, and I don't want people to go deaf either.
I'm sure Jim has a boombox he can bring in and turn the music up.
Okay.
I actually don't have them, but, that's another point, like the wording in here is like, it's, streetcars, hawkers, steam engines. Those aren't the noises that we're worried about now. We're talking about motorcycles, we're talking about amplified music, boom boxes, like you said. It's the bass that's bothering people, probably. Some of the yelling that happens, with young people at certain things while they're playing a game or something like that. So, I don't know.
Or people who have just hard of hearing and talk loud like myself.
Yeah.
I'm probably part of the problem as well. But I want a noise ordinance to be able to be enforced against me if I'm loud. I may not know. But I appreciate the feedback shared this evening. Yep.
I'd like to just address Mr. Crook. I agree with you 100% that it's the extremes that we're really trying to deal with. And I really think reading this, I didn't get the impression that this was the ordinance that was going to do it. And I think we really need to word it and get it correct so that what we're trying, the problems we're trying to alleviate are going to be alleviated. And I think that just as Councilman Durkin said, I mean, the language, looking at the language, I think we really need to just take the time, and I agree, this has to be done as ASAP, as soon as possible. But I think to pass something just for the sake of passing it, when it may not do what we're looking for it to do, it's probably not the best thing at this point. So I think with a workshop and throwing out all our ideas that we just talked about and researching it and trying to figure out, you know, what we're trying to do here to alleviate the problems. And trust me, I understand completely what you're going through. And I really want to make sure that this does help to alleviate the situations of what you're going through at this point. So I would like to make sure we do it correctly, do it right. I think if we take another 2 weeks to just try to get it worded correctly, figure it all out, I think that that's just the best way to go.
And again, I think what's really important here is that Councilor Torialde and I have been limited a little bit in our scope. Again, we've had an extensive amount of conversations with residents who are very much on board for this. But, you know, in conversations that have come up this evening, it's raised some additional ways in which this can be strengthened, because, again, I would love to add in some penalties for repeat offenders for the noise ordinance. I think it's very important that get considered. And I also reiterate my commitment. I'm sure Councilor Torialde can reiterate his commitment as well to making sure that some variation of a final noise ordinance update be ready for consideration ahead of Memorial Day.
Yep.
Hopefully sooner.
Yep.
Because I know that we have to do 2 readings.
I'm with you, Alex. As we head into the spring, summer busy seasons, it is important that we get something like this on the books. I would support ahead of the next meeting. I think you said it was April 6th.
Yep.
If that's agreeable for the members of the council, I would motion to schedule a workshop if I could.
Yeah, so let me ask logistically here. I know Councilor Torialde is making a motion, so we'll consider that in just a moment. I just want to make sure that do we make a motion to continue in schedule, or how do we do that? Okay, so what you're going to do, or I'll do it and you can second it. I would like to make a motion to continue this item with a stipulation that we will schedule a work session for April 6th on this at 6 p.m. Does that work? Okay. Is there a second on that?
I will second that motion.
Any final discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. On to item D5. Is there a motion to discuss and/or request that the town manager? Okay, I butchered that. Let me restart that. Item D5, is there a motion to discuss and/or request the town manager to have planning department staff add backup materials for each item on planning board and zoning board agendas?
Second.
Discussion. I'll pass the mic off to you, Councilor Durkin, on this item.
So I put this on the agenda because I feel that when someone goes to the zoning board or to the planning board, that the information that they receive, being an abutter, is not sufficient to make them aware of really what's happening. And it forces them to go into the town hall and visually look at the application, whereas like our body, the town council, I know we have an agenda put out on Thursdays prior to a Monday night meeting, and there's the agenda item, and then there's the backup for the agenda item. But, you know, people get letters in the mail if they're familiar with zoning in Narragansett, and it's a one-line item notifying them that the person is doing such and such with their property, but it doesn't really go to the extent of what's happening. So there isn't a site plan, there's not an application, for them to look at to educate themselves on what's actually happening within that 200 feet. So I put this on the agenda to request that in the future that gets done, and I would assume it would take some time to implement that, but I don't think it should be long, and it should be, the minimum requirements, I think, should be the application, the site plan, and the staff report that the planning board staff presents to the planning board and zoning board.
Sorry, can you just repeat that again? Application, site plan, what was the other one?
The application that the homeowner takes out, that, you know, the question and answer application. The site plan, which is like a pictorial of, like, say, if they're gonna enlarge their deck, how far it's gonna be from the street and all of that, the measurements. That's called a site plan. And then the staff generally has a report of how they feel about the project and the, you know, the measurements of everything that's being done, and if it affects wetlands and things like that. So I think that would be helpful to the public. It would allow them to see what they need to see without going into the town hall and asking, because people don't really like to ask about what the neighbors are planning or what the town's doing down the road or whatever is going on. And it would probably help the town staff not be questioned all the time, and maybe they can see their questions right there with that. So that's what the agenda item was for, so.
Well, I appreciate the effort of putting this on, because in the spirit of transparency, I think it's very helpful to get this information out to the general public as soon as possible. But also you're being mindful of the town resources, town staff as well, in that, you know, understanding very well all the extensive number of questions that come up from, you know, people that could be impacted by this, and people may or may not even know they're being impacted by this until the information gets shared, and sometimes it's not shared until after the fact. My question more so is on the town side, logistically, are there any concerns that have been shared? I don't know if our community development director or Jim Tierney, if you have any concerns with the requirements that Mr. Durkin has suggested, that being the application, site plan, and staff report being made available before.
I don't think the application, the site plan, I think they can get up there quickly, yeah. The staff report isn't really ready till... Yeah, yeah, well, or get you, Mike, one or the other.
I must say, but when you come, I also have concerns about the application itself and personal information. Would any of that have to be redacted? If you could just talk about that.
Sure, so I would leave that up to the town clerk.
Okay.
But likely, some information might need to be redacted, personal email, things like that. And just for clarification, I think we can do all of that at zoning. So when, Mr. Durkin, when you refer to abutters, they are notified at, and we're only talking about site reviews here, so projects that are decks and sheds and additions, I think this is what we're talking about, that at the public hearing for zoning, that typically the staff report is done and the planning board has adopted it as their own, and then that could be posted because it's already substantially done, and we're just adding in the planning board's feedback. At the planning board level for site reviews, sometimes those staff reviews, those staff reports, pardon me, aren't done until, you know, we're scrambling at the last minute until Thursday evening, sometimes before a Tuesday meeting. So I'm not sure how soon you needed it. If you're only referring to having it posted on Granicus, similar to the town council that can be done. But if you're looking at a couple of weeks in advance for planning board,
No, that wasn't the idea. It was, so I think, is there a requirement, Sarah? Is it, why do you do it on Thursday? You have the,
The open meetings law is a 48-hour business day
okay,
notice
so you do it
requirement.
sooner than 48 hours, so,
No, it's business. So we have to post our town council agendas before 7 PM on Thursday to meet the 48-hour.
oh, because weekends don't count?
Correct. Business days.
So if it was, I don't know, when's the planning board's, Tuesdays? or-
Tuesday, so the 48-hour mark is actually Friday at 6. but
Yeah.
We try to not be here Friday at 6. We try to have it done by Thursday.
Yeah,
In
so
a good world, it's Tuesday.
I'm not trying to put any more
Mhm.
work on your back. It's, might even be less questions, I think. I know personally, myself, I'd like to see it. If somebody was doing something next to me,
Absolutely.
I wouldn't want to go into the town hall and start looking for it and
Ab-
talk,
ab-
and, you know?
Absolutely, Mr. Durkin. In fact, I've already talked to Dan in IT about the second level of that, which would be public hearings for subdivisions. So for major, minor subdivisions, if you look at just our town next door, our neighbor there, they have things posted, and other towns do as well. They post their information, and it stays up there, because those are longer-term projects. Sometimes those projects go on for upwards of 10 years. So that information can be up there as well, and it wouldn't be attached to a Granicus where you'd have to go back and find it.
So then, is the application a problem because of the personalization of the application itself?
I don't think so. I can work with Sarah on what might need to be redacted, because that comes in right when they apply, and then the site plan does as well. And typically, you're right, the site plan is the primary thing folks want to see.
So then, so the site plan, is there, all right, so I haven't been doing that for a while, so I don't know exactly what you require, but an application I know is required, usually the site plan, right? And then you guys create the staff report after you review everything.
We do.
I guess if it was a sizable project, there might be some other things that you might want to add to make it known to the public what's happening, or to the neighbors. But yeah, if you could do that. I
Site
mean,
plan application and the staff report? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and do that in a reasonable period of time, that'd be great. That's what the agenda item's all about. So,
Great.
So, I guess, if anybody has any more questions,
No, I appreciate you coming up to answer Mr. Durkin's questions. I thought that was very helpful. And here, I just wanted to hear validation that it wasn't just a thoughtful idea, that it was applicable in practice. So appreciate you walking us through that.
Great.
Thank you. Let me just figure out, though, what would be the time that would be available then?
Friday at 6 p.m.
Is that what you're thinking?
Friday's
before.
the
Ideally
drop dead,
before.
yeah. So
Sorry.
typically, our internal deadline to go to print is Wednesday morning at 10
Oh, wow.
a.m. So we try to get everything out Wednesday morning. That's again,
Impressive.
gives us a little grace there. But I would say on an average month, we're done by Wednesday afternoon, Thursday. The planning board is being notified that their packets are ready.
And again, I think this is a great idea as well. I just want to make sure that you work closely to redact information that shouldn't be put online about people's personal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so maybe we just do whatever the policy is. Maybe it sounds like it gives you a little bit more time, and Thursday, so people could see the agenda for the town council meetings at the same, whatever, I mean, around that time, it's.
So I would turn to the town clerk. It would be very similar to the way your agenda is posted. So our agenda is also posted on Granicus, and it would have attachments, just like your agenda. So whenever our agenda is posted, in accordance with state law, those items would be attached.
So then you'll see the agenda, and you can click on an agenda item to see the site plan and the application and the staff report.
I believe it would be just like your agenda, right, where you can click on it.
Yeah.
See, and you would see, I don't know what the opening page would look like. I'd want to work with Sarah on that, but it could just be the 3 attachments, which would be,
Yeah, I think that'd be really so much helpful. So people will really appreciate that.
And just to reiterate, I think eventually all materials that are not confidential would get posted or shared. Is that
okay,
correct?
so that's different. I just want to be clear, sometimes there's a plethora of information. There
Okay.
are erosion sediment control reports, there are consultant reports, there are engineering. If you're, those 3 things are, we know exactly what they are. And everything else is determined by the project. Some projects are more complicated than others.
Yeah, so again, I wouldn't suggest that all materials be made available prior. I think the list that Mr. Durkin has shared is a good starting point. I just ask that if there's a way to make the materials that come later on available, if they're not already, which I was under the impression that most of them are, but if they're not, just ways, again, to encourage transparency, just making sure that we are making all materials after the fact, if able to, made readily available to the public.
And they're always available in our office. You can call, you can stop in, you can call, you can email, and we accommodate all of those. And oftentimes people just ask questions, they just want to know, so what's my neighbor doing? They're putting on a deck. Okay.
Awesome.
So,
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Does anyone in the public have any comments on this? Dr. Alba.
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. I do find, first of all, I like the word transparency. I like the words notifying abutters so they can have a stake in what might be built next to them. But I do find it also ironic that when we're allowing merged lots to become unmerged, we're allowing people to be able to build on wetlands or near wetlands. We are increasing the FAR. So we're basically taking away any leverage that an individual might have or any concerns a person might have as the bulk, if we get rid of the bulk zoning. So it's kind of almost, if Tiverton was putting this forward, or Portsmouth, I'd say, well, that makes, they're really into the concern about the neighbors and the abutting neighbors. But it seems like this town council is getting rid of many of our ordinances.
I just want to reiterate.
But the point is, what I'm trying to say is,
please speak to
I do like the
agenda item.
concern of having transparency, but if the abutters can't do anything about it because these ordinances are all being removed, then even if we have this knowledge and we have concern, what can we do about it? What's our recourse? That's my concern. What recourse can we have if we're going to have a triple-decker or double-decker built next to us, which is going to be a investment property, and we have a concern? Yeah, we got the paperwork in front of us. Yes, that's all well and good. We're upset about it, but there's nothing we can do about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none. From the council.
Let me just,
yep.
Is it important for any other reason to make sure that there's more information that is put online than just certain information, Jim? Is that?
No, I don't think you have to limit or direct what's put online. I mean, in other towns, everything that gets submitted is basically put up for review. Like in South Kingstown, when you submit an application for whatever it is, you upload it to a site that they operate, and then they use that upload, and they put it right on their website. So all the materials that you want to review, whether it's a erosion control report, a traffic report, anything, it's up there. And the staff reports aren't always available 48 hours in advance. Sometimes they're uploaded like an hour before the meeting, which is not illegal by any stretch. It's just the fact of the matter, that's the way things work. So like Mr. Alba said, the more transparency, the better. So
Okay, so I see what you're saying. So the person that's creating the application does it electronically now.
Yeah.
So you're saying everything that's put in electronically should show up on that Thursday, and then
even before, like the
instead of
applications are
picking
due,
and choosing,
you know,
just
yeah, I
let
mean,
everybody see it like if they walked in to the.
right.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Well, I guess that's just, I think the more, the merrier, the more that's available for them to see or you to see is the best thing, and I'm sure that can be worked out. Those are logistics, I think, that, the staff has to work out.
Because I think if you limit it to, say, the application, site plan, and maybe a staff report, and then somebody shows up and there's all this other stuff that's submitted, they'll be like, well, I didn't get to see that. So I think you're putting this kind of awkward
Yeah, I
position.
get it. No, and it's just as easy to do it because it's part of the portal.
It depends on how the process operates. I guess.
Yeah. All right, well, hopefully there's some support for that.
Yep. Again, I appreciate you putting this on the agenda and the concerns raised this evening, and appreciate Ms. Sabo for coming up and answering our questions. So with that,
So I have a motion to discuss and a request. So,
so we discussed,
and now we request, right?
so now, yeah, so we can make a vote to have this request, to request the town manager to have the planning department staff add backup materials for each item on planning board and zoning board agendas based on the specific feedback provided this evening. Is that good?
So moved.
No, sorry, do you need something? Do you want it specifically ironed out?
I mean, I think that's best, even
Okay.
if you said at minimum, the three things that you
To-
discussed.
Yep, okay, so
include
a motion
application, site plan,
to,
stuff.
so the motion is to discuss, I'm sorry, a motion to request the town manager to have the planning department staff add the backup materials of the application, the site plan, and staff report at a minimum for each item on planning board and zoning board agendas.
That's good.
Okay. So I believe you moved that motion.
Moved.
Second.
Any final discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item D6. Is there a motion to request the town of Narragansett to construct or purchase software to track real estate holdings?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Discussion.
Is that something that exists, Dan?
So, Mr. Durkin, this is
So this
actually
is
an item
me,
that you
this
put on.
is me again, and these are two things that I wanted to put on for a long time, and I just happened to do it both at the same night, same time, and Sarah was helpful to get them put on here for me. But the reason I put this on, it's similar to the previous motion. I was on the town council previously in 2000 to 2008 for a period of time, and I didn't know I was going to get on it again. I see the same problems that we went through as counselors back then as we are having now. And, I see it, I'm part of the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative, and the people are really trying to do some good work there, and the information that's available to them is limited, and you bounce around a lot and go around in circles, and the town has a lot of property, and some of it's not being used, and even if it wasn't for affordable housing, it should be known what is towns, what the restrictions are on it. And it should be in a database. And I'm sure that that database is not something that we have to create, and maybe it is something that we create, or that it's a software package that we purchase that departments can add to. And, you know, and for instance, like, you know, I was talking to Jim, and I was like, I don't think anybody knows that, like, you know, George C. Field down in Point Judith is owned by the URI, you know, like the land underneath the ball field and the tennis court, you know. I think that's important to know, because the next council will be surprised that that is a fact, and they have to ask for it. It should be there, it should be clear. All of the property that's owned by the land trust should be listed, its restrictions, their plans for it, all should be in some type of database. And, you know, we're only here for 2 years, and you try to do things, and you're always asking questions, and it takes time to get the answers, but those things are like simple, and I remember it being a problem before. And I just like to get your, you know, your comments on that and your support for us. I think the committees that we appoint are under our direction, and we can ask them, and we need the town manager to help us with the town staff doing the rest of it, you know? So,
Can I just
Yeah.
address one of those things? I was on the land trust for, oh my, many years. And we did do, the chair, and Terry and I did a database of the land that we owned and where it was and all of that. It's got to be somewhere. I probably have a copy of it somewhere on my computer, I bet.
Well, you know, see, it should be, it should be not somewhere, it should be.
No, I agree with you 100%, but
Yeah.
it's out there.
I know.
Somewhere. And we just need to get it.
Yeah,
here.
but you know, the somewhere becomes like yesteryear,
Mhm.
and then it's not updated, so.
I don't know if it's been updated since I've been off the land trust.
Right.
But yeah,
And-
but
and,
at
you
least
know-
I know there's something out there that's substantial that has all of our properties on it.
Yeah.
For the land trust, at least.
I mean, I just, you know, I'm not trying to make people work harder or do anything. I just think it just, once it's done first and then it's updated, say, I know the charter requests committees to update their, they require, we just got all of those reports from the different committees we have, you know, so I think if during the month of January, those things are updated, you know, and then they're updated, but they're required to be updated at least once a year, then we would have this, like, we would have all this information
Mhm.
that we never have to.
I don't
go
disagree.
looking
I just think that it's out, I think some of it's out there and we
Yeah,
don't,
no,
we're
I
not gonna,
get-
like, it's not gonna, we're gonna bend over
But
backwards
we
to
need to
find
get
it.
it into one
Yeah,
little,
I agree.
you know?
Mhm.
Jim,
little
would,
package.
a good start, I think, would be, I think this is what you're looking for. All the town property is in the database, the tax database.
Yeah.
We could cull all that out and incorporate it into a spreadsheet. It would give the zone, the size, who, and if it's owned by the land trust, but the town, it would break that all down, all that information would be there.
Yeah.
That, I think, would be a very good start. That way, it's all in one spot. Although you can go online and search the town of Narragansett and they, you know, go through them all, we could probably turn that into a spreadsheet or a PDF somehow.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about like surveying, like. you
That's
know,
what I was gonna ask,
yeah,
because
title
many of these
searches.
lands, there's been no studies or surveys done on, they're just there.
Right, and, you know, I'm sure, you know, like, for instance, the pieces that we've talked about, you know, we have to maybe do a flagging, or we have to do a title search. But I think those things that we can have files on, that they can be added, so we don't have to duplicate things, you know, down the road. And I just think it'd just be helpful for the future, and it'd be helpful for the staff and everybody. Just,
And I think if they're searchable, that would be great. So if you're looking for a particular thing, like what's land trust land, then you could search land trust and everything pops up. And I know if you do a database, that's possible. So I think just being able to search a specific property would be really, I look at this property, who owns this property, I think that would be great. I agree.
It might be helpful if we produce something for you and show it to the council, see if that's the path you want to go down. If so, we can do the whole thing.
Sure.
If you want you want to input some other information or done a different way, then we can do it that way.
Sure.
I think a good stop for us would be, we go through the database, the tax database, and break it down. And any of the properties that have been, like Sarah just mentioned it to me, some of the smaller properties that we've done for wetlands flagging and everything, we could put like a column in there, wetlands flagging, yes. Yeah. If done, check.
Nice.
I think property is a great start, and I think that's a great road to go down, Jim. Down the line, personally, I would like to see town-owned assets as well, over X amount of dollars, just so that we can have a comprehensive review of what
Oh,
it is
sorry,
that
can
the
you just
town owns.
repeat what you just said? It was hard to hear.
Oh, sure, sorry. I was looking for a comprehensive list of town-owned assets over X dollars as well.
Okay.
Now, that's not something I'm asking for right now, as the motion is for property, but I think it would be helpful for future councils to know what it is that the town actually has on hand in terms of vehicle fleet, et cetera.
I do agree. I also think that, and I do want to give a soundbite to the town staff that does do a tremendous job and has done a substantial amount of work to really update and codify a lot of the ordinances and make our ordinances readily available online. I know coming into this, the access to a lot of the supporting documentation for quite a while was something that was unheard of, and now you can just go online and search it and find it. And, for this particular initiative, I, again, applaud the idea of supporting not only our town residents, but, future councils as well. Mr. Tierney had the daunting task of meeting with us individually to kind of give a high-level overview of the job and the role of the town council, and puts together this very thoughtful binder of everything that you really need to know on day one. But this, I think, is just one additional tool that would be able to help time and energy by making it readily available for incoming elected officials on day one. I would just ask two things. One, that coastal access points also be added as well. I think so. Again, a shout out to the Coastal Access Committee, Coastal Access Improvement Committee, for the extensive amount of research that they've done. They've mapped out all of the coastal access points in town, and I think that any way that we can further build awareness to those access points around town, I think, we should embrace that. The other thing I would ask is, and, maybe this is along the lines to what Mr. Tierney was suggesting by presenting us with an example or two of what it is that we're talking about. But when I see purchase software, I would like to know how much this is going to cost, how much something like this would cost. I think it's important that we provide some direction to an approximate cost, so as to, if the motion is to request that the town of Narragansett purchase this software, I think it's important that we establish a parameter not to exceed a certain amount.
Alex, I would suggest, if it pleases the council, they give me an opportunity, probably at least until the budget's completed, to put a sample together for you, and we very well may be able to do it with everything that we have.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Mr. Durkin?
Yeah, no, if we can do it without software,
Okay.
without expense, I was just thinking that somebody else might have already done it, but
So
let's see what they come up with and then go from there. Right?
So my question is, if this is the direction we're going in, how do we vote on this, having been a request to construct or purchase? We don't really have a specific determination at this time. Should we just continue it?
You could continue it, yeah.
I
To an
think we should
uncertain
continue
date for now.
this. Okay, but before we continue this, does anyone from the public have a comment? Dr. Alba.
Dr. Al Alba. So, transparency. I love that. We need transparency. So important. There's nothing to hide, and we should be able to have transparency. On that note, the idea of having all real estate and some type of software which tracks the number of bedrooms in each piece of property. We talked about legal bedrooms earlier today. Well, the town solicitor says some might be grandfathered in. That's got me a little confused, grandfathered in. So if something was illegally built before as a bedroom, if it's grandfathered in, now it becomes legal? So I would like to question the town solicitor on that, but he's not here right now, but maybe when he gets back.
Yeah, I'll
But in
ask
any
the follow-up.
event, my question is, I think that we need to examine every single, have software which is going to track every rental, every piece of property, verify that the number of bedrooms in that property were the ones which were originally on the blueprint, and if not, if they were illegally made, if they were illegally designed, then we have to tell the person, you have to get rid of that illegal bedroom. So we have to have monitoring. Out of all due respect, Mr. Durkin, I had a tour of your property on 87 Narragansett Ave, and some of those rooms were
We're not
appeared
talking about
illegal to me.
specific properties,
Okay,
Dr.
but what
Alba.
I'm trying to
Please
say,
keep
what I'm
it
trying to
the
say is,
agenda.
we need accountability. We need accountability.
Agreed.
For everyone. So we
Agreed.
have to have tracking. It's so important. In fact, you even said it, Council President. We have to have legal bedrooms. So maybe we should have a task force going around all the various properties and inspecting, having an inspection force to verify that the bedrooms are legal for everyone's safety and security. Thank you.
Yes, and Dr. Alba, just to comment, I know you came in a little later, but that was something that was shared during the public hearing portion of this evening. That was a sentiment that was shared across the board about enforcement and making sure that we are considering a new position in town to be able to do exactly what you just described.
Thank you, President.
You're welcome. Anyone else have a comment on this? All right, so with that, we are going to vote to continue this to a date uncertain. And that works.
I'm not sure why we're continuing it.
Well, because because it's written to discuss and/or request, we can't specifically request that a purchase be made when the town may present an alternative option that would.
Do you want me to amend it and take out the purchase? Because Jim's thinking he can do it in-house. I think that's what he's saying.
Well, I mean, we can if we want to do that, but my recommendation would be just to continue it, so that way at a later time, you can just throw it right back on the agenda and then vote on it.
I think as soon as Mr. Tierney has something to show us, we could put it right on the agenda and then look at it, correct?
Yeah, sure. I could get it to you probably before. I'll just send it to you and then
Right.
let me know for the agenda setting. Sure.
All right, well,
So with your feedback then, this is for both of our Jims here, Jim and James, knowing that the recommendation that Mr. Durkin is under the understanding that we think we can pretty much get this done without purchasing, should Mr. Durkin make a motion to amend this to state that this is a motion to request to construct and then just eliminate the purchase?
Yeah, I think that makes sense for the time
Okay.
being and see what the result is, and if it's satisfactory, then it
Yep.
works.
So with that, Councilor Durkin, would you like to move the motion to amend? First of all, we're going to vote on an amended version. Would you like to make a motion to amend agenda item D6 to read a motion to request the town of Narragansett to construct software to track real estate holdings?
so moved.
Second.
Any final discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0 on the new amended version. And then we take one final vote, correct, Sarah? Yep. So now we vote on the final amended version. Any final comments on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Sorry, what? Oh, so is there,
Move the motion.
so Councilor
Second.
Durkin moves the motion. Councilor Colony seconds the amended version. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
And now that we're coming up on time, is there a motion to continue the meeting past 10 o'clock?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the community.
Who was the first and second on that one? I just missed it.
Oh, Councilor Colony is seconded by Councilor
Thank you.
Torielli. On to the Community Development Department is item E1. Is there a motion to read, pass, and adopt as a second reading an ordinance and amendment of Section 9, nonconforming uses and structures of Appendix A entitled zoning?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. So there's not much discussion to be had on this. This was an extensive public hearing done at the last meeting. This is the second reading, so we don't take public comment on this. Anyone on the council have any comments? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Let's just make sure our microphone is being turned on when we vote. That's all right. On to item F1 from the Parks and Recreation Department is item F1. Is there a motion to approve the 2026 Narragansett Town beach policies and beach fees as per attached schedule?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. So I don't know if anyone has any specific questions for Ms. Kershaw, but as somebody who had the honor of working with Ms. Kershaw for a number of beach seasons, I can further reiterate my support and appreciation for the work that she has provided in her leadership, as well as the town staff, who does a tremendous job running our beaches every season. You know, we do send out a survey at the end of each summer, and you know, it's hard to believe that the feedback can get more and more positive every year, but it still does. And again, I commend the leadership that you're providing the town, as well as the incredible staff that we have at the beach who works there all summer long. So does anyone have any specific questions for Michelle, or anything they'd like to add on this?
I just want to, say whenever I go to the beach, it's just a pleasure to go there. It's just a nice place to be. After it's after it's closed for the day, and while it's being managed during the day, it's a real gem. But I do have people have asked me the question, and I asked this at agenda setting, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. If you own a piece of real estate in Narragansett that qualifies you for a sticker, are you able to get a beach pass if you rent your house? Okay.
The answer provided by Mr.
So why is somebody saying they can't get a beach pass and they own a piece of property, they live here in the summer? Is it the exchangeable beach passes they're talking about? Is that the problem? Because there's a gentleman that has a couple of years ago, or I guess last year, and it was too late to bring it up, but now I think what I'm talking about is the exchangeable.
That would be the commercial transferable beach passes.
Right.
Which were discontinued in 2024.
Okay. And so, Alex, did you ask for the loss of income on the?
No, it was more so not to stipulate a loss of income. I had asked for follow-up, which I did receive over the last 10 years, what the total revenue was for each policy that was laid out, because I was curious to see if there was any substantial loss of revenue here or there that may have been impacted, or more revenue gained from different policies that were in play in years past. And I appreciate the added efforts for providing that information to me. With the information that was provided, you know, you do see some slight variations, but it is overall pretty consistent year over year, which means that the decisions that are being made from a revenue perspective in regards to the admission fees that we're providing year over year are working. And I can speak from firsthand experience working at the town beach that the residents especially appreciate a consistent cost year over year. And you know, for me, the question for me was more so along the lines of non-resident beach passes, you know, back in the day, in the good old days. If there ever were good old days. There's always good days in Narragansett. You had family members who would come in from out of town, and they, you know, residents in town would buy a non-resident pass so that their extended family could come in and use the beach. My question was more so along the lines of, during those days, during that time, when there were non-resident seasonal passes available, were we making more in revenue than, you know, years later on? I do understand economic challenges, you know, that come up, as well as COVID, and limitations of people wanting to come and use the beach at that time. But again, for me, it was more so just out of curiosity, honestly, to see if there was any loss of revenue as a result of switching over from just eliminating the non-resident passes altogether.
And there was. So that table I provided you Friday evening shows in 2016 and 2017, we did have a nice amount of revenue from non-resident walk-on beach passes. Again, these are the walk-on passes, not the parking passes. And it was almost a loss in revenue after those 2 years of almost $200,000. So again, that was significant, and that was a difficult decision that the council at that time had to make. Because again, my income, or the beach enterprise income for that particular season in 2016 was $683,000. In 2017, it was $520,000. So in 2018, after that new policy came into place where non-resident beach passes, those were adult beach passes, and youth passes were no longer allowed, the revenue began to dip from that point. So again, it was something that was vetted by the Rec Advisory Board and the council. So again, we have pushed forward, though, made changes elsewhere with increases in other fees. So right now, the beach is making money, not that kind of money, but it is sustaining itself as it should, as it is an enterprise fund.
And again, it's not something that I'm gonna require at this time, but you know, when you and I were working there together, it did seem like traffic coming in and out of there was a little different. But again, the $200,000 is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, that's a pretty big impact. And I know that this was enacted after the 2017 season. I would just ask respectfully that the Recreational Advisory Committee really consider this. And again, I understand the passionate voices behind why they wanted to get rid of the non-resident seasonal passes. I get it. It's a resident beach, and even as somebody who worked there, we called it a private beach. And coastal access people are going to be very disappointed that I say that, but from somebody who's worked there, that's in many ways that's how it's run. But something that I can't overlook is the $200,000 that could be coming in to our beach enterprise fund that is not. And that did seem pretty consistent year over year. So I can only assume that over the last 8 years, you know, year over year, we could have had another $200,000 in revenue. And I appreciate, again, the added efforts of, you know, you're inflating some costs year over year, but I don't think, you know, anyone is going to say that because we've increased beach fees $1 that we've made up the $200,000.
Can I make a
yes, go ahead.
I feel strongly about this as well as you do. I think it would benefit us to have a workshop with the rec board, recreation advisory board, to discuss these issues. I'm not sure that we can address them right now, and I feel like we would be better served having them in one room together so we can talk about our feelings about this.
My concern, and I agree, but again, I'm looking at the calendar, and April is around the corner, and our beach season is about to start in April, I believe, because we are opening up the sales office, I think, a whole month earlier than we normally do. Is that correct?
Correct, sir. Monday,
So-
April 6th.
Yeah, so that's...
What about April
That's-
6th? We just do it at 5 o'clock before the noise thing.
Well, again, I think the problem and the concern here is that on April 6th, when we're already advertising that the front office is going to be open, they need to be able to know what to charge. So if we have a work session on April 6th, that's going to be a little too late. The only other alternative here, and just be mindful again that we have workshops all of next week, would be to schedule a work session between now and the next meeting to really have that conversation. But again, I just want to reiterate that we are under a time constraint.
I don't disagree with you about the time constraint, but I feel like we need to have a conversation with, at least with the recreation board, to express all of this information between us all.
Okay. In that scenario, though, what would you propose then as a meeting time? Because, again, an idea is a nice idea until it's actually doable. That's just what I'm trying to get at here.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're looking at the calendar. So is there any difference between a resident homeowner and a seasonal homeowner as far as beach fees, parking passes go?
No, sir. So a resident/taxpayer, so somebody who lives here year-round or somebody who lives here during the summer, as long as you're paying $800 or more in taxes, you qualify for seasonal beach passes and parking passes. Now, the individual you were talking about earlier who does rent his or her home during the school year, does not live in town full-time, but is a taxpayer, does not qualify for the commercial transferable passes, but we don't have those passes anymore right now.
So
But again,
it's even across the board then?
yes, sir, it is.
And so even the resident homeowner, all right, so how many parking passes get handed out per household?
So it could be unlimited.
Oh, so every car that's registered to that household gets a pass?
Correct.
If
So
they
say
pay
the
for it.
Durkin family,
Okay.
you, your spouse,
Yeah,
your
okay,
adult
so that-
children,
yeah.
correct. We don't limit it.
Right. So I guess it would be the guests of that person that do not have the license registered to that house that won't get the pass, right? So if he has...
You've lost me there.
So,
Say again.
So you and your husband, you know, live in a house, and your sister stays there for the summer. She cannot get a parking pass because she lives in another state.
Correct.
Okay. I see. Okay. I understand it a little better now. So the exchangeable passes were available to everybody, and then they were cut out for non-residents, and then they were also cut out for residents too.
No, residents still qualify for the $100 transferable beach pass.
Oh,
Correct. Mhm. Yep, the resident transferables have still been in place.
And how many of those do they get?
You can
5?
purchase up to 5.
Oh.
So oftentimes.
Look, I don't disagree with any of that. Like, I feel like all of this should come back to us, but like,
Right.
I feel like we have to have a meeting with, like, I'm not sure we can do that right
Okay,
now,
so-
right? Like, what about Monday? Why don't we do it before the
I'm
three
fine with
budget
any
meetings?
meeting. I'm good, I'm open. So, you know, if you want to do it on Monday, it's fine with me.
Well, it's
I mean, I don't
based
want
on.
meeting after
Can I
meeting after
possibly
meeting, but-
offer a suggestion? I'm not exactly sure where you're going.
Yeah.
But I do know that a lot of us in town, myself in particular, we do help out our non-resident neighboring friends, especially in South Kingstown and Wakefield. I'll purchase 2 transferable passes for my friends who live right over the line, staff, townspeople, resident taxpayers. We do that all the time. A simple solution, if you're going down this road, would be possibly to make a change in the policy regarding the resident transferable passes and put the number back up to 10, which was a policy several years ago.
10.
Yes, sir. So resident taxpayers can purchase up to 10, $100 apiece.
But is that for parking a car, or is that just
No,
to
sir,
get
that's
on?
just the walk-on pass.
Oh, just to go on the beach?
Yeah,
Correct.
and I will add, and I appreciate this recommendation, because I myself bought a couple of transferable passes. I think it's actually a really nice compromise to have. But correct me if I'm wrong, it is restricted to residents purchasing it for non-residents, correct?
Well, correct. Now, we're not going to ask you that. If you come in, Jim, you come in, Donna, you come in, and you want to buy 2, 3, 4, 5 transferable passes, we're not going to ask you who those are for. That's your business. So the same thing if we upped it to 10. Again, we're going to take the revenue. We're not going to ask you. So again, if this is a way to assist our neighbors in, Wakefield, South Kingstown, or wherever, adult children who may not live here in town anymore, this is a policy that has been in place before.
I like that idea. I like it. It's a good compromise, and it allows for the transferable to come back. And I think that the examples provided are very helpful. And it improves the coastal access initiative as well.
So I like the compromise, but I still think we should have a meeting to try and bring back what we're talking about in the future.
So, again, my question for you, Mr. Colonies, is if we do have a work session with
We
the
can do
rec-
that later now if we actually pass that right now, like get up to 10, that would be a good fix for now, right?
Yeah.
That would ease your
Oh, I don't have anything reservations
Something.
about this. I'm just concerned about the fact that we open for the season on April 6th, and our next meeting
Yeah,
will be after when the
obviously
office
this
opens.
meeting would not be addressing
Right.
it this season, it would be addressing next
Okay.
season.
Yeah, no, that's totally, I'm very much on board
Yeah.
with having a conversation with the Recreational Advisory Committee.
Committee board.
And in scheduling that work session, if you have,
Yeah, we can do that later.
and we can do that later on.
Yeah.
And I would support this with, how exactly do we spell that out, what you just said?
So it's just a resident taxpayer transferable beach pass.
Yep. Resident transferable, resident.
And Michelle, that's not something that's, I understand that that's currently in what you sent us, but the cap is not in there, correct? That's
Correct.
just something you mentioned offhand.
No, sir. If you look at the first spreadsheet, if you go down to the section, so page 2, no, I'm sorry. Thank you. Page 1, the last line under daily admission, resident taxpayer transferable pass, limit 5 per household. So that's another thing to bring up. There are many resident taxpayers that have homes that they don't rent. So again, if a resident who didn't rent their home as a commercial business, they could get 5 transferable passes for one property and 5 for the other.
Yep. Again, I like this idea because of the flexibility of a transferable pass.
Yeah.
I remember even working at the beach before they even put your photo on your walk-on passes, and it used to just be like a plastic square button. You should have seen the office at the time where the plastic circles were all just everywhere. You're always pulling them out of your pocket at the end of the day. But then, the luxury of having this transferable pass, I think, was second to none. And, 5, especially residents who frequent the beach, 5 goes really quick. Increasing it up to 10, I think, is a really nice compromise, and I appreciate you recommending that.
I think it's great that we got that cleared up, and if we can move that along and eliminate another meeting, and we have the meeting at a more comfortable time, that's great with me.
All right. Awesome. Does anyone else have any final questions or thoughts for Michelle?
No, I'm ready to approve.
You got me nervous. But Michelle, we're all set with you, but I do want to turn it back to the public if anyone has a comment on this. Anyone? All right. Seeing none, and we're voting on the amended version with the resident taxpayer transferable passes up to 10.
I'll make the motion to make that amendment.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes on the amended version. And then one final version. We're voting on the amended version now.
I move that.
Second.
Any final discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. On to item F2. Is there a motion to approve an addendum to agreement with Warm Winds Ltd. for the remaining 2 years of their originally executed 5-year agreements for surf lessons, rentals, and surf camp at the town beach, and authorize the town manager to sign and execute the addendum?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Any questions or comments on this?
Jim, if I'm understanding this correctly, this is just to acknowledge that the lease will go until, or the agreement will go until 2027, at which point we will renegotiate or look to renegotiate potentially.
It'll be like the contracts all will end at the same time period,
Yeah.
allowing a bidding process or a renewal process for Warm Winds and Gansett Groms, and maybe anybody else who applies, so it's just gonna have to be worked out at that time. This just simplifies it and makes it all consistent, I believe.
Okay. Considering that we had gone back to 3 years previously, they weren't consulted, and now we're agreeing to the original terms.
I guess I can explain that. The council, previous council prior to you guys, voted to allow 5-year term. Then, for some reason, I don't know why, 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, they came back and said, we want to change it to 3 years. But Warm Winds and Narragansett already signed the contract. So you can't change a contract unilaterally. One party can't do that. So that action was, I don't know how to explain that. So this just clears that up, makes the end date consistent with both parties and the town, and everyone can move forward at that point.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments or questions on this? I will say, again, just having worked at the beach, I think Warm Winds and the surf camp that they have down there do a tremendous job, and it's constantly drawing attention to the incredible resources here at the town beach every summer. Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item F3. Is there a motion to approve the 2 agreements with Narragansett Surf and Skate Shop and Gansett Groms LLC for a 2-year surf lessons and rentals agreement and a 2-year surf camp agreement at the town beach, and authorize the town manager to sign the agreements?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have Councilor Durkin having moved the motion, and I heard Councilor Torialde first for seconding. Any discussion on this? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
That was a yes.
Thank you. You knew exactly what I was looking over to for. On to item F4, is there a motion to waive the current policy and authorize the use of the general construction services contract with Abcor Restoration Company, Inc. to rebuild the east-facing deck to the north corner of the North Pavilion at Narragansett Town Beach in the amount of $53,420.00.
So moved.
Motion to waive.
So that's moved by Councilor Torialde, seconded by Councilor Durkin. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion? Anyone from the council have any questions on this?
Just going to say Keith Scarbo does excellent work.
And, sorry, Ryan?
Keith does excellent work.
Oh,
Is he
yeah.
not Abcor?
Yeah. Unbelievable. But why do we have to say that we're waiving the current policy? Like, it almost seems like we're doing something, like...
Wrong.
Yeah. It's like, do we have to
Jim
work...
actually has the answer for that, actually.
Yeah.
The policy is when he's approved, he's authorized to be the general contractor for the town for $50,000. It's slightly over that amount. So it has to go to the
it's for the
council.
$3,000.
Yes.
Oh,
It's for the
okay.
$3,420
Got it.
that
Okay.
goes over
All right.
the 50.
Yeah.
So, but no, I appreciate the question because I too had
Yeah.
that question.
I forgot about the 50. Yeah.
No, that's all right. Does anyone from the public have a comment on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the Finance Department. Is there a motion to rescind the bid award for professional auditing services and agreed upon procedures for the remaining service 1 fiscal year from the awarded bidder Bacon and Company CPAs LLC and authorize staff to solicit new bids for these services?
Move the motion.
Second.
Discussion. Anyone on the council have any questions or comments on this item? Nope. Anyone from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item G2. Is there a motion to approve real estate abatements in the amount of $89,155.54?
So moved.
To approve.
Second?
Moved by Councilor Durkin, seconded by Councilor Vignali. And just quick, I know this is just straightforward, but was there a reason why, I know, Mr. Tierney, you had actually alluded to this when I spoke to you, why that number seems so high? Or is that low?
Okay.
Well, it becomes the town's now, so we're not going to tax ourselves.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Excuse me. On to item H1. Is there a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance and amendment of Chapter 10 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, entitled, excuse me, Buildings and Building Regulations?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
I had a question. These are rates for building permits and things like that, right? Jim?
Yes.
Yes, this is state mandated. I spoke
So-
to Wayne today about it.
What happens when, does the town, like, say we're successful in doing a small affordable housing project, do we have to come back to the town to ask for relief on building permits and things like that, or
We waive fees for town, sometimes for town.
can it be waived in the ordinance so that that procedure doesn't have to happen, or is it?
I think James would have to research that.
So the point I'm trying to make is that we want to do things like that, and I don't know, should we be charging these fees that we charge, because I think what happens is you get the project going and then somebody has to come back and ask for the relief through the council, whereas if it might be too late to do it now, but it was just the thought that I had that, if we can put an exclusion in there for affordable housing projects, I think it would just be,
There's nothing that's changed other than the permit, the process is the exact same. The only thing that's changed is the state mandated fees. They let us off the hook for a while, and they want everybody to get in line on it now.
All right, well, that was just a question, I guess.
I think that was good feedback. But again, based on the feedback that Mr. Tierney and what the state has mandated on this particular issue, doesn't sound like there's much wiggle room on this. But I think it's important dialogue to have, especially going on at the state. Any other questions, comments on this? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the town solicitor. I'll do my best to read this. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds in the amount of $500,000 for the purposes of funding affordable housing in the town of Narragansett, including but not limited for appropriations to the town's affordable housing trust established by town ordinance, as said ordinance may be amended from time to time, programs to implement the town's affordable housing plan as may exist from time to time and adopted pursuant to Chapter 53 of Title 45 of the general laws, as the same may be amended from time, and specifically for the purchase of the real estate at 576 Point Judith Road as heretofore authorized by the council in executive session and publicly reported on February 2nd, 2026, or such other projects as the council may authorize and all costs incidental or related thereto, and for repayment of advances under Section 4 of said chapters and this resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Anyone have any questions or comments on this item? I know that we've reviewed this already extensively, but any other questions on this?
I have a question. When was the last time that the town purchased land for housing?
For affordable housing?
For the town?
That was back Clock Farm. I think I answered this question a while back.
May 6th, 2002.
2002,
Oh, did you send
yeah.
that already?
No, I wrote it down on my sticky note because it stuck out to me when you said it.
Yeah.
I was very surprised.
2002?
2002.
I'm just very excited about this, and I was just curious as to when the last time something like this happened. Thank you.
I'm just thinking, so this is for the purchase, and then what about the other program? Is that premature? Because, when we talked with the bond council, I'm concerned that, the $3 million sits there, and you have to take down 500, but I think it's going to cost us $30,000 just to, in soft costs to get that money to buy that land, and then we're going to go back and get another 500. I don't.
Yeah, I think it's a process depending on what projects you guys have approved. I know the two home improvement projects you've discussed are not at the level where they're ready to be funded. Hopefully, this 576 Point Judith Road comes to fruition rather quickly, we hope. But if it doesn't, the funds here can be used for other projects.
Right. Oh, okay, all right. I guess when our finance, Christine, I guess it would answer my question better when she figures out how much it's going to cost us to do. I just don't want to waste any money, and I'm sure that gets charged to the Affordable Housing Trust somehow. But anyway, okay.
I'm all right.
Yeah, there's a lot of tripping.
There's a lot of equipment up here. And it's like somebody put a tack underneath my seat or something. Sorry, don't want to draw any alarms. That'll be the meme from this evening. So anyone have any questions on this one? Anyone from the public? Dr. Alba.
Dr. Al Alba. So, you know, I applaud affordable housing. I voted for the bond, the $1 million bond. So we're all supportive of affordable housing. That's a good thing. We are all on the same page. I guess my question would be, in Clark Road, we have a pretty good model to follow. I know that there are some developers who I spoke to. I know Mr. DeSimone, he has a development near Matunic, there by the sea area there, and he has, I believe, 25% of the condos complex that he built. 25% was affordable. The other 75% were regular. So my concern would be that all the money that the developer, whoever choose, will be using that money 100% for affordable housing. So we're not going to have someone come in and 75% build properties that won't be affordable and just have 25% of that whole area, which we're buying the land for and everything else. So we're investing that money in that land. Let's use that whole land for affordable housing, so we get the biggest bang for our buck, so to speak. There was also concerns about if that land is wetlands. So I've been doing my research as well in regards to, you know, we're having bigger and bigger storms. We see the storms every week. One part of the United States is getting hit, Hurricane Alley and whatnot. And more research, in fact, a gentleman who is a scientist from the Providence Journal recently posted, if we keep building on areas which were wetlands, that's going to be devastating for our town. So if you haven't seen that article, it was in the Projo, it was in last Saturday's Providence Journal. It's well worth looking. It was an op-ed, like I printed an op-ed. We have to be concerned because we want to preserve Narragansett. We don't want to exacerbate flooding. We know we are going to have more and more significant storms down the road. We had the largest blizzard in the history of the state of Rhode Island. So let's just please be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you. And to, again, echo some of the concerns that you've brought forth this evening, it's, you know, we've discussed it at great length as a council during executive session. Now that it's being made publicly, that too was a concern of mine as well. But it's not only about building affordable housing, which I think we can agree is very important, but also supporting initiatives that may disincentivize short-term rentals and bringing in more year-round residents to the area. And again, I applaud the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative, who has reviewed extensively more than 10 different ways in which we can use this bond. And again, I've reiterated my concerns about not only addressing a need for the now, but a need for the future. And just because we can provide affordable housing now does not mean it's a guarantee moving forward. So I appreciate the concerns shared and further reinforce my support, and I think this council's support for affordable housing initiatives and making sure that it's done right and that we continue to encourage affordable housing initiatives and being mindful of how this bond is being spent moving forward. Does anyone else have any comments on this? Anyone else in the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the town clerk, because you've all been very patient. Item J1, is there a motion to appoint an individual to the Library Board of Trustees for a term expiring on October 1st, 2027?
So moved.
Discussion, is there any nominees for consideration?
The other day, a member of the community came up to me and didn't know that this was an opportunity out there, and they would like the opportunity to apply for this position. So I'm asking if we can, what's the word I'm looking for?
Table
not table it, continue it to another meeting, so that person can have an opportunity
To have a fair
apply.
consideration.
Yeah.
So,
Council
can I-
President, we also
can I
do
just-
have another vacancy on that board as of.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we
there's
can
going
actually
to be
fill
another
it. You're right.
vacancy. I
Thank
was at
you.
the meeting today. and
We
they
had
announced-
2 open, right? So we do have the opportunity to fill it at this time for at least based on, I think there's only 2 applications currently on file for consideration, but that individual, if they choose to apply, can be considered for the second additional open position that has since come up. Does that work?
Sure.
Okay. So with that, is there any nominations for the position? I do have a nomination. I just need to go into my notes. Yeah. Sorry. Let me just look at it real quick.
I would nominate Maureen Barney.
That's what I was going to
Who applied, a lifelong librarian, sits on several library boards. I think this is just an excellent candidate for the position.
I agree.
So moved by Councilor Torialde, seconded by Councilor Durkin. Any comments on this nomination? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item J, and thank you, Councilor Torialde, for making that nomination. Item J2, is there a motion to approve a victualler license for Chez Buen Provecho LLC, DBA Craft and Willow Plat NH, Lot 171A, 889, Boston Neck Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island, subject to state and local regulations.
Motion to approve.
Discussion. Anyone on the council have any questions or comments? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone vote down here? Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, I know we're moving pretty quickly here now. Motion passes 5-0. I just want to make sure I hear you guys, that's all. On to item J3, is there a motion to approve a hotel motel license for Lindsay Holmes, owner and applicant for the Surf Shack Bed and Breakfast LLC DBA, the Surf Shack 83 Narragansett Avenue, Narragansett, Rhode Island, subject to state and local regulations?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Anyone have any questions or comments on this item? Anyone from the public? Dr. Alba.
Dr. Al Alba, I got a couple of questions. Was this a previous hotel, motel, or is it being transformed from a multi-structure building to a hotel, motel, first time around? That's my first question.
Yep, I'm going to make note of your questions.
And my second question is, I think it's very important, and I would like to address this to the town solicitor too, because you previously mentioned, town solicitor, that if a bedroom was previously non-conforming, it could be grandfathered in. And I was a bit confused about that earlier today. Because, I mean, if you have a bedroom which was non-compliant, which was without a permit, which was illegally built, and even though we didn't catch it before.
Dr. Alba,
Okay,
this is an
so
item
well,
on-
my question is this.
Okay.
I feel that anytime we have to renew a license, my father had a beauty parlor, cosmetologist. Every year, he had to get it inspected. So they came in, my cousin's a dentist. He has the Board of Health coming in, they have to make sure that everything is followed by protocol. When we look at hotels, on a national chain, they have to be inspected by the state fire marshal, comply. They have to have rooms so lot, make sure that there's not too many beds or too many people living in any one size room. They got to make sure there's no makeshift bedrooms. So my question is, we all know that when you have a hotel or motel, there should be some legal requirements. So many bathrooms. Make sure there's a proper operating fire system, code, everything's to code. If that's not the case, we don't want to set us up to station nightclub fire. Also, as we know, if it is a hotel, it's not going to be limited to X amount of individuals, but it's going to be based on the number of bedrooms. But it's got to be legal bedrooms, legalized bedrooms. So it'd be important, just like my dad had to have his cosmetology place inspected, you know, real estate, you got to take classes, you got to renew. We have systems of checks and balances, because otherwise, if we have a hotel which ends up having makeshift bedrooms, we didn't inspect it ahead of time, well, that could be devastating. It could be setting us up. So I would really recommend that, you know, and I was thinking about this because, you know, I've seen some hotels that the town issued or converted to a hotel, and I questioned, you know, if this was a Holiday Inn, would it be allowed to be legally operating? So we as a town don't want to be culpable. We all saw what happened in West Warwick with the Station nightclub fire.
Thank
So
you.
I would just appreciate that if we are going to approve a motel license, that we inspect it, we verify the number of bedrooms that are in that hotel, the number of bathrooms, because anytime you have a building, I know Mr. Durkin knows this, when my cousin was building Iggy's, he made sure, he just made sure that it was built accordingly, according to regs. So we want to make sure that all of our hotels are built accordingly, and also that they're inspected, so that a year down the road, or whatever, we're not going to have twice as many bedrooms to occupy twice as many people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I know Jim, Dr. Alba raised a question regarding whether or not this property was a previous hotel. Do we have any knowledge on this particular property?
I can answer this question.
Okay.
The business was already approved as a hotel. They have had a hotel license in the past. Due to a difference of opinion and interpretation of the ordinance, there was a lapse of the renewal of the hotel license, which was no fault of the applicant. So now that we are redoing, they were supposed to have a hotel license in my interpretation of our ordinance and James. So now, therefore, they are now implementing the hotel license again, which they were supposed to have the whole time. Like I said, it was no fault of the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, again, the, just, again, subject to state and local regulations. Again, it comes back to enforcement and review of these properties. Again, I think it's something that, again, as we consider staffing positions in our next budget cycle, that these, these considerations be met. So with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0 with 1 abstention from Mr. Durkin. Do you want him to repeat his abstention so he can hear that clearer?
I didn't even hear the motion or the vote. I'm still thinking, no, it's my fault.
No, that's all right. It was moved by Councilor Vignali, seconded by Councilor Colonies, and then we discussed, and then we voted on it 4-0 with 1 abstention being Mr. Durkin.
On J4?
Oh, that was J3.
J3.
Okay, so
I
you're-
abstained.
We
on
haven't done
J3.
J4 yet.
You're abstaining on Lindsay's application
On
too?
both, yeah.
Yeah.
On both, okay.
Yeah.
That's
So-
why I got confused, my fault.
Do you want to recuse yourself from J4?
No, I just abstain. It's not,
Are you sure?
yeah, it's not my application.
Okay. For J4.
Well,
Okay,
it's the
that's my
town
fault.
trying to straighten out something. It's not,
Okay. So I would recommend you don't say anything on this except if
I
you're
will
abstaining.
not say anything else.
Thank you.
You want-
Nope, that's all right. Is there a motion to approve a hotel motel license for James Durkin, owner and applicant for the Break LLC DBA The Break Hotel and Chair 5 Restaurant, 1208 Ocean Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island, subject to state and local regulations?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, anyone on the council have any questions on
Sarah,
this?
does this fall in the same boat as the prior one? Okay.
So it's the exact same thing as the previous, okay. Dr. Alba.
Dr. Al Alba. So my question is this as well, and like I said, even if it was an existing hotel and the town approved it, I do feel that we as a town still should, and not only on hotels, on any rental property, that we, every year when we have a renewal of rentals, we need to have a system of checks and balances where we should have an inspection team go in there, check the original blueprint, check the number of original bedrooms, bathrooms, to make sure they're complying. So even though something was passed code once, we have to continually check, because there are people we know that do the makeshift bedrooms, might have a bathroom, I mean, they might not be pulling permits for this, and we, as a town, need to use our due diligence. So out of respect, I know you mentioned, they had it before, it was formality, so this is why they're renewing it, whatever it might be. But the point is, we need to have something in place to ensure that we have a series of inspections, and I would say at least once a year, have
Dr.
some
Alba, we do have a series of checks and balances, and every business that is licensed in this town, whether it be a liquor license or a general business license, has to get inspected by the building official and the fire marshal.
Okay.
And those inspections are done based on what is mandated to them by the state.
Okay, well, all I will say is, I got invited to 87 Narragansett Ave, and you can look at that video.
We're not talking.
No, but just check.
Hold on, Dr. Alba.
Check the bedrooms.
Dr. Alba, I have to put my
But
foot
if you're-
down on
If you're
this.
saying there's inspections, there should be
You-
inspections for every property, every hotel in our town. Because we could all.
Dr. Alba, please speak to the council.
So I'm just
This
trying
is
to
your time.
say that we have to do our due diligence, and if we do the inspection, we have to make sure that we do the inspection on a periodic basis, and everything has to be recorded. So if everything's has been recorded, and everything's been inspected, all these properties have been inspected, and then there's nothing to worry about. But like I said, from what I saw, some of those bedrooms did not appear to be built to code. Thank you.
Thank
And also, we also have to be, I have some relatives who are in the hotel industry, and they said that based on the size of a hotel room, only so many people should be allowed per room. So should be allowed to stay in per room. So I would like you
Dr.
to
Alba,
please consider that as
please.
well. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I just wanted to go on record.
No, I know, I appreciate it,
Thank you.
thank you. And anyone else in the audience have any comments on this? Anyone from the council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0 with one abstention from Mr. Durkin. Is there a motion to retire into executive session in accordance with Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-4 and 42-46-5A2 for the purpose of collective bargaining, Council 94, AFSCME, AFL-CIO, Local 1179, and Rhode Island Laborers District Council, Local 1033 and 42-46-5A5 to discuss possible acquisition and lease of real property, 35 Kingstown Road, Middlebridge, and affordable housing opportunities. Who's going to move that motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Well, there's a roll call vote. Councilor Torialde?
Aye.
Councilor Colonies?
Aye.
Councilor Durkin? Aye. Councilor McNally? And Councilor Menzies votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, thank you. So the town council has reconvened from executive session and disclosure of executive session votes. There were 2 votes taken. One was a motion to seal the minutes of the March 17, 2026 executive session, which passed 5-0, and a motion to exit and return to open session, which also passed 5-0. Is there a motion to adjourn at 12:11 p.m. on March 17th?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.